Soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money. But it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. And that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, they work for you.
Thanks for being with us. Her graduation from Boswell High School in Texas was only hours away, yet she was about to miss one of life's most memorable moments. Laura Wiley's kidney had become infected, and the illness soon turned into severe sepsis, and she had to be admitted to the hospital in Fort Worth on the night before her senior graduation. WFAA TV in Dallas says news spread about the teen missing out, so the hospital, doctors, nurses, and school officials worked together to create their own ceremony at Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital. They decorated a lounge area with tablecloths and stars and signs that said, "Congrats, grad." They featured the blue and gold colors of the high school. Laura was told she could view the graduation on a live stream from her hospital bed, so she put on her cap and gown. When the school announced her name, hospital staffers gathered to form a reception line in the lounge as Laura was pushed along in a wheelchair to the sound of cheers and applause. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at Crawl Pros.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Arrest in Minnesota shootings.
Law enforcement have apprehended Vance Bolter.
Israel versus Iran.
There's a lot at stake for both sides.
West Virginia floods.
3 to 4 inches of water fell in the area in less than an hour.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, police in Minnesota have captured the suspect they've been hunting for in the targeted shooting of 2 Democratic lawmakers and their spouses. 57-year-old Vance Belter is charged with killing Minnesota's former House Speaker, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, and wounding the other 2 in separate attacks. Here's CBS's Lilia Luciano.
The pursuit for the fugitive ended in a field in rural Sibley County near his home about 45 minutes southwest of the Twin Cities. Police say a car linked to Belter found abandoned in the area, and a tip from a resident prompted SWAT teams to the field. After evading arrest for 43 hours, what they call the largest manhunt in the state's history was finally over.
To arrest him without any use of force, and that he gave up voluntarily without us getting into having to use force. No police officers were injured. I couldn't ask for a better ending to a really difficult, traumatic incident.
Belter is accused of shooting and killing Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark on Saturday, and seriously injuring State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in what the governor called a politically motivated attack.
This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences.
Investigators say security video from the Hoffman home shows the suspect wearing a face mask while posing as a police officer, that he shot the Democratic lawmaker at around 2 a.m. Saturday. Then at around 3:30 a.m., officers checked on Representative Hortman's home as a precaution. That's when they say they witnessed the suspect shoot and kill Hortman before exchanging fire and escaping on foot. Police say Belter left behind an SUV disguised with police lights and markings.
Overseas, for a 4th straight night, Israel and Iran attacked each other. At least 5 Israelis were killed, and now Israel says its warplanes can fly freely over Iran. Here's CBS's Deborah Patta.
A direct hit right in the heart of Tel Aviv. The night sky lit up with explosions as Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another. Not far from Tel Aviv, in the city of Petah Tikva, at least 4 Israelis were killed, bringing the number of deaths since last week to at least 24. But the toll Israel has inflicted on Iran is far higher. 224 killed, as well as the ongoing assassination of top military commanders and nuclear scientists.
President Trump says he'd like to see Israel and Iran stop the attacks. Correspondent Nancy Cordes says Trump is now at the G7 summit in Canada.
This conflict has suddenly become the most urgent focus of this 2-day summit, but there was already a lot on the agenda. They want to talk about the flailing peace talks between Ukraine and Russia and the ongoing uncertainty surrounding President Trump's tariffs, with a lot of the world leaders who are attending this summit still seeking trade deals with the United States.
Now to West Virginia, correspondent Tom Hansen has more on flooding that's blamed for at least 5 deaths.
The waters rushed through the northern part of the state Saturday night, killing at least 5 people and destroying homes like that of 71-year-old George McCormick's.
He said it was just a matter of minutes and his house was gone.
We spoke to his stepson, Joseph Moore, who helped McCormick pick through the debris of the house he was born and raised in.
It's indescribable. The only thing left was his foundation.
The same storm system had earlier devastated parts of San Antonio. Officials there have identified 13 people who were swept away by floodwaters last week. Among those is 61-year-old Rudy Garza. He was on the phone with his wife while on his way to work.
He said, "Water's coming in my car." And she said, "Can you reverse?" And he said, "No, you don't understand. It's like an ocean's coming at me." They both said their "I love yous," and she said the call faded away.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Los Angeles officials say the curfew that was imposed last week will continue for a couple more days. CBS's Elise Preston says protests have continued over ICE raids to round up undocumented migrants.
Tensions remain high as immigration agents make more arrests in Southern California, raising anxiety and anger.
Dang, you got a lot of cars here.
On Saturday, police used tear gas and rubber bullets to clear a large crowd near the federal building. Mayor Karen Bass says Los Angeles does not need the military.
They don't need to be here. Our local law enforcement have complete control.
The FBI says 2 detainees who escaped from a federal immigration detention center in Newark, New Jersey last Friday have been recaptured. 2 others who got out remain at large. Published reports say a top Syrian general in the Assad regime has told U.S. investigators that missing American Austin Tice is dead. Tice, a journalist, vanished in 2012. The general indicates it was Assad who ordered his execution. His account has not been corroborated. An Italian museum is calling on visitors to respect what's on display after an incident several weeks ago. CBS's Matt Piper.
The Palazzo Maffi in Verona, Italy, released security video footage that shows a man and woman taking pictures of each other while pretending to sit on Nicola Bola's so-called Van Gogh chair. The art furniture is covered in hundreds of Swarovski crystals made from polished, machine-cut glass and is named in honor of Vincent van Gogh. At one point, the man slips and falls onto the chair, crushing it. Museum officials say the couple fled before staff members noticed what happened. 2 of the chair's legs were broken, but the museum was able to restore them. The chair is now back on display.
On a bad weather day at Oakmont in Pennsylvania, a 34-year-old Californian won golf's U.S. Open on NBC.
And one of the most unlikely final round Sundays in U.S. Open history. J.J. Spawn closes the deal.
Spawn needed 2 late birdies to seize the victory and was the only golfer to finish under par. Baseball's L.A. Dodgers say Shohei Ohtani will be the starting pitcher tonight against San Diego 21 months after the two-way sensation had elbow surgery. The plan is for him to pitch 1 inning. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new report gives us an economic forecast.
The National Association for Business Economics panel of forecasters predicts GDP growth will slow to 1.3% for 2025.
We've been growing 2.5%, 3% over the last few years, so this is a pretty substantial slowdown.
Rebecca Rocky, deputy chief economist at Cushman & Wakefield, says many panel members cited tariffs.
Expectations for inflation notched up notably
to 3.1% for the fourth quarter before cooling down again next year. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
How to Train Your Dragon took flight at the box office this weekend.
The Reign of the Dragons. That's right here, right now.
The film reboot took in nearly $84 million in the U.S. and Canada. Lilo and Stitch fell to second place with $15 million, ending a 3-week run at the top. Materialists debuted in third place. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Thousands of people in Seattle took part in nationwide protest against the Trump administration's policy on Saturday. As the University of Washington held its commencement ceremony at Husky Stadium, a No Kings rally was held at Red Square on Saturday.
If we care about protecting our freedoms, we must defend public education and labor rights.
That event stayed peaceful. Among the protesters at Saturday's No Kings rally at Cal Anderson Park was a military veteran. Nathan, a veteran of the 82nd Airborne, spoke about the military parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday.
It's a very sad thing to see what's going on with our military, the parade with our military. It's a shame.
The Seattle Police Department thanked participants of the weekend protests and marches for gathering peacefully. Tensions flared outside a Department of Homeland Security office in Tukwila on Saturday. Tukwila police say some demonstrators hurled frozen water bottles and rocks at officers, prompting the use of pepper spray and pepper balls to clear the scene. A nearby business owner tells KIRO 7 TV.
I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car, and I felt that tear spray that police use on the people, something like that.
No arrest or injuries were reported. Authorities emphasized they were not involved in immigration enforcement. Now to a deadly crime spree spanning 2 states, ending in gunfire at a busy Spokane Valley intersection on Sunday morning. Authorities say a suspect armed with a rifle and handgun carjacked multiple vehicles, killed a man in Idaho, and injured a motorcyclist before fleeing back into Washington state.
At least 6 felonies that occurred in Kootenai County. We had an aggravated assault with a vehicle, another successful carjacking, and we had a murder.
The chase ended when the suspect crashed into vehicles and opened fire on law enforcement. Officers returned fire, killing the suspect at the scene. The investigation is ongoing. The manhunt continues for Travis Decker. He's accused of killing his 3 daughters after picking them up from their mother for a scheduled visit in Wenatchee. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports he's been on the run for more than 2 weeks.
Authorities believe they're closing in on him. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says hikers may have spotted him in the enchantments area. Now authorities believe they have Decker surrounded in the Washington wilderness. If you have a tip that can help authorities find Decker, call the U.S. Marshals Service at 1-800-336-0102. Decker is considered dangerous. If you see him, call 911 right away. There's a $20,000 reward for information leading to an arrest.
It was a very special game Sunday at T-Mobile Park. Mariners shortstop J.P. Crawford celebrated his first Father's Day with some mustard and rye bread.
1-2 to J.P. Swinging a drive deep to right field. Going and Grandma, get out the rye bread and mustard. It is grand salami time.
Crawford spoke after the game about the big moment.
It's the best day ever. People always say it's definitely being their first one, but I finally get it now, and I'm just so thankful for sure.
The Mariners went on to win 6-0. They sweep aside the Cleveland Guardians. The team stays home to take on the Boston Red Sox this week. Game 1 is tonight at 6:40. You can hear all of the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And here's your reminder that age is just a number. Jesse Farrington is nearly 76 years old and still skydiving like it's nothing.
I don't know when I'll be done jumping. As long as I'm physically able, I'm sure I'll be skydiving.
The Tacoma News Tribune says she's made about 10,000 jumps. She recently did another one over Shelton from 13,000 feet. Jessie's been skydiving for 60 years. She's broken records and jumped all around the world. Her family owns Skydive Kapawson in Shelton. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle, about 27 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton, about 18 minutes. And Everett to Seattle, about 26 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Monday morning, we're starting off with cool temperatures in the mid to low 40s. This afternoon will be much warmer with highs in the low 60s. Right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. And coming up ahead, Consumer man Herb Weisbaum on the deceptive advertising of U-Haul. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
With Choke Points, we try to answer listeners' questions. It can be as simple as a neighborhood stop sign, or it can be as big as the budget for transportation. I don't care. I'll find the answer for you. It's really easy to get a hold of me at mynorthwest.com. We have a direct link there that gets right to me. You can also do it in the app. You can hit me up on the text line.
Choke Points, presented by Carter Subaru. Tuesdays and Thursdays on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait. Whatever age you are, and that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020, or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
An investigation by a consumer watchdog group finds that U-Haul uses a deceptive bait-and-switch pricing scheme to advertise its rental trucks.
Consumer man Herb Weisbaum is here to run down the allegations. Herb's a contributing editor at checkbook.org, which is online, and Herb joins us every Friday at this time. Okay, Herb, we've all seen these U-Haul trucks. They have the $19.95 price on them. What's the problem here?
Well, according to a recent report, Charlie, from Truth in Advertising, Tina.org, and that's a consumer advocacy group, as you pointed out, U-Haul hides the true cost of its truck rentals because the $19.95 price omits mandatory fees and charges that drive up the advertised price. And because of a lot of sneaky add-on fees, the group says, there is not a consumer on the entire planet who will ever pay just $19.95 for a U-Haul truck rental. They have filed a complaint with the Federal Trade Commission, charging that U-Haul charged more than people bargained for in violation of federal and state laws. And the 2 fees that are required of everybody is an environmental fee and a vehicle cost recovery fee automatically added to the total cost of the rental. So that's what they're complaining about.
So wouldn't it be beneficial for a U-Haul to say, no, it's actually $30 or whatever the actual price is? After all, I mean, it's been $19.95 forever. People understand prices go up.
Charlie, I can't tell U-Haul how to run its business. All I can say is what it's doing, and U-Haul would not comment to Checkbook about the allegations that are being made by this consumer group.
Herb, you have a picture of a U-Haul truck in your story on checkbook.org. There is a little disclaimer under the price.
It's right there.
Is that not enough?
It's right there. Yeah, there's a little disclaimer underneath the giant green $19.95 price that the daily rate does not include mileage and fees. The legal director at Truth in Advertising, Laura Smith, told me that's not good enough, especially when the fine print contradicts the main marketing message. That has usually been the position of the Federal Trade Commission. And then she said, take that fine print, put it on a moving vehicle, and what chances are there that you're going to see it, especially if you're Charlie Harger?
So how much does U-Haul charge for mileage?
Typically, the mileage fees for in-town rentals, 59 to 99 cents per mile, depending on the vehicle size and location. But Tina says it found that in-town mileage fees are often higher than the average quoted, sometimes topping $2 per mile.
Where can we read more about this, Herb?
You can read more about this on my website, our website, checkbook.org. By the way, I did check the BB website. They have a 1-star rating on the Better Business Bureau. U-Haul has a 1-star rating.
Okay, well, it is moving season, and a lot of us just can't haul our stuff ourselves in our cars or what have you. You've warned in the past, if you're not careful, you could end up paying more than expected, maybe not even getting your stuff. What are some of your tips about warning signs that a mover is one you don't want to use?
Yeah, and Charlie, we've done stories before about people whose stuff is kept hostage. I mean, they say it's in a warehouse, and until you pay us this exorbitant price that we didn't quote you, you're not going to get your stuff back. And there's not a whole lot in many cases you can do. The warning sign is that if the company can't provide a local address where it parks its trucks at night or won't come to your home to prepare a written estimate, we're just going to do it over the phone or do it with a computer program, talk to us, answer some questions. You may be dealing with a dishonest broker. There are some really dishonest people in this business. There are companies that put ads on the web, and these they'll say local movers or best movers or whatever than that. And these are middlemen, these brokers who don't own or operate their trucks or have any employees. They simply collect a deposit, sell your job to a moving company which does the work. You have no idea what quality it's going to be, the work, who you're dealing with. Do not work with a moving broker just by picking an ad on the internet. And we always suggest you get more than one estimate, because when we did some undercover shopping, we found that prices really do vary. I want to leave you with one last thing. We have ratings. Checkbook has ratings for 12 movers in the Puget Sound area for local moves. The ratings are usually for subscribers, but free for you guys. Just go to checkbook.org/KIRO-FM/movers. That will be active until July 20th. Checkbook.org/KIRO-FM/movers for those ratings.
Okay, we'll get a link up on mynorthwest.com too. Thank you, Herb.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, partly cloudy skies with highs the low 70s. Right now, it's about 50 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden with a look at a local video game legend now taking the next chapter in his career. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Homeowners, protect your biggest investment now with Integrity Roofing and Construction. Get ahead of the summer rush. Integrity, your family-owned, award-winning roofing and construction company, is ready to give your home the protection it deserves. Integrity offers a complete in-house construction division for all your projects. Integrity Roofing is known for top-notch service and on-site project management, making the process easy. Beat the summer rush and call Integrity today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or online at integrityrc.com. That's integrityrc.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs size, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
This is Ricky Rubio, point guard for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm Holly Robinson Peete, actor and along with Ricky, ambassador for Delivering Jobs. We know that a job is empowering and instills confidence. Yet 81% of adults with developmental differences don't have a paid job, even though companies that employ people with differences report better morale and higher productivity.
There are 6.5 million people in the U.S. with an intellectual or developmental difference such as autism.
And now, thanks to Autism Speaks, Best Buddies, the Holly Rod Foundation, and Special Olympics, there has never been more opportunity to improve hiring practices and build a more inclusive workforce. Join me, Ricky Rubio, and these amazing organizations in supporting and creating pathways to 1 million employment and leadership opportunities for this talented community.
Visit deliveringjobs.org to learn more.
That's deliveringjobs.org.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. Tropic Rewards members get a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Terms and conditions apply.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Iran and Israel attacked each other for the fourth straight night. Iran fired more missiles at Israel's major cities. Israel's Iron Dome defense system responded, but some missiles got through. At least 5 Israelis were killed overnight. CBS's Deborah Pata is in Tel Aviv and says the number of dead since last week in Israel has climbed to at least 24.
The toll Israel has inflicted on Iran is far higher. 224 killed, including women and children, as well as the ongoing assassination of top military commanders and nuclear scientists.
G7 leaders are meeting in Canada. The conflict between Israel and Iran is surely to be on the agenda. CBS's Nancy Cordes is in Calgary with more.
President Trump and other world leaders began arriving here in Canada last night for the annual G7 summit. These are the leaders of the world's largest democracies, and several of them have already said that they are looking for a rapid de-escalation between Iran and Israel. And so this conflict has suddenly become the most urgent focus of this two-day summit.
Washington State Democratic Congressman Adam Smith released a statement in support of Israel Sunday, saying Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons left Israel with no good options. There was a huge turnout Saturday at No Kings protest in Seattle. Some said it was good to see a peaceful assembly of thousands of people and no confrontations with police officers.
Have I seen a single Seattle police officer? Well, I have to think about it.
No.
I don't think so.
The rally started at Cal Anderson Park, then made its way to the Space Needle. Violence erupted in Tukwila as people gathering in front of the Department of Homeland Security office Saturday. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
Tukwila police posted on Facebook saying a group of people barricaded the facility, so federal police responded. The conflict may have began to brew on Friday night. That's when Tukwila police released a statement saying they were aware of a post saying people with pending immigration hearings were told to go to the office even though it was closed. They told people to verify that notifications are from a government official. We spoke with some who saw part of what happened during the clash Saturday.
I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car, and I feel that tear spray that police use on the people, something like that.
Well, Tukwila police say officers gave several loud and clear verbal commands for people to move out of the road and onto the sidewalk.
No arrests were made and no one was hurt. 2 people were killed during a multi-state crime spree Sunday morning. Authorities say a man was shot and killed while trying to stop a carjacking suspect in Idaho.
6 felonies, at least 6 felonies that occurred in Kootenai County. We had an aggravated assault with a vehicle. We had 3 attempted carjackings. We had another successful carjacking, and we had a murder.
Earlier, the suspect carjacked a father and daughter in Spokane Valley, then crossed into Idaho, where he attempted more carjackings. After fatally shooting a bystander, the suspect returned to Washington, injured a motorcyclist, and fired at police with an AR-15. The chase ended in a shootout near Spokane, where the suspect was killed. Investigations are ongoing. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue, about 36 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle, about 31 minutes. Quill to Bellevue, about 18 minutes right now. And for your forecast, partly cloudy skies. Highs today will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 50 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
For Walter Day, it was simple.
I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to be the center of attention. I wanted the glory. I wanted the fame. I wanted the pretty girls come up and say, "Hi, I see that you're good at Centipede."
You might know Walter Day from the 2007 documentary film The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. In the movie, we learn that Day is the head referee and scorekeeper of Twin Galaxies, an international video game scoreboard, and back in the 80s, a legendary arcade in Ottumwa, Iowa. While Day wasn't the true star of the movie, which focused on the world of competitive Donkey Kong, he's become a fan favorite, and if you ask me, the world of competitive gaming as we know it is thanks to him and his work. After researching and practicing transcendental meditation, Day wanted to know what made a champion, so he got to work.
So I started monitoring high scores as I traveled around the country as a traveling salesman, and I fell in love with video game arcades. And I decided I wanted to do an arcade. And when I did the arcade, I immediately started a scoreboard and tried to monitor who was the best in all the games. Next thing I know, I discovered that the video game industry had no scorekeeper and had no scoreboard. So I volunteered to do it, and the video game industry went for it. So suddenly, overnight, my arcade, Twin Galaxies in Ottumwa, Iowa, became the world's most famous arcade. It became the mecca of video game playing. It became the crossroads. It became the Dodge City of video games. And people travel even from other countries, even just to say they once played at the great Twin Galaxies. So suddenly, we were the center of the video game universe, and everything we did was completely original, pioneering, and now historically looking back on it, it is the birth of organized competitive video gaming, which makes it the birth of competitive esports.
You learn more about his story and influence throughout the rest of The King of Kong, but his latest movie, Arcades and Love Songs, directed by Ed Cunningham, a producer on The King of Kong, is not a sequel.
I got pulled back in just before I learned about Walter's music because Walter got pulled into a lawsuit. Billy Mitchell had been in a lawsuit with Twin Galaxies, which Walter had sold after King of Kong. And I actually, because some of that lawsuit, it mentioned the film. It specifically mentioned the film. And so I got back involved to help Walter defend himself from a lawsuit from a movie that we produced, almost 20 years ago. That was really a strain on Walter's life. And I was there as a friend, and we reconnected through what was a hardship for him.
In 2014, Walter Day sold Twin Galaxies and moved on to focus on his music career, hence the name of the film, Arcades and Love Songs. Years after the release of The King of Kong, Billy Mitchell, one of the Donkey Kong players featured in the movie, was accused of cheating. Mitchell was even stripped of his high scores from Twin Galaxies, and eventually Mitchell filed a defamation lawsuit against Twin Galaxies. In 2021, Twin Galaxies countersued Mitchell and listed Day as a cross-defendant. However, Day was later voluntarily dropped from the suit, which was also eventually settled out of court. During all of this, Day was still nursing a broken heart.
Of course, in 1985, I had a glamorous girlfriend, and essentially one night, I was very in love with her. One night she called me up and said, "Walter, I've been seeing a friend of yours, and we're done." So my heart was broken. First time, and actually only time I ever had my heart broken. And it was a very, very big experience. But what became interesting is that a couple of weeks into the heartbreak, I started hearing music playing in me, almost like I was channeling a radio station, but that radio station was playing songs that were new, that were my songs, that didn't exist in the outside world.
Over 100 songs are the result of Day's heartbreak back in the 80s, and it's been his lifelong goal to produce and perform those songs. But there was one catch.
The voice is still a work in progress. When I got up on the stage, I got up there with more courage than I got up with skill in singing. Because I'm brand new, because I never was a singer, never expected to be a singer, never thought of being a singer, never imagined being a singer. When I got up there on the stage, I was singing for the first time in my life in front of people. And that was a huge psychological, emotional adventure.
You can stream Arcades and Love Songs right now on multiple platforms. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Coming up, we'll have a check on your headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
Exactly what I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA home loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it. Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
CBS News Brief. The open warfare continues between Israel and Iran. BBC's Ione Wells reports from Jerusalem.
Iran has accused Israel of deliberately targeting a foreign ministry building. Both sides have said that they will continue to direct these attacks on one another unless the other backs down.
Vance Bolter is behind bars this morning, charged in the politically motivated shooting death of a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband. He was captured last night in a field southwest of Minneapolis. Governor Tim Walz says it's time to recommit to core values.
Each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground.
It was a remarkable finish for the winner of the U.S. Open.
34-year-old L.A. native J.J. Spawn birdied the final two holes, ending with the putt of his life to win the 125th U.S. Open for his first major victory.
Sports reporter Erica Herskowitz, CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, partly cloudy skies with highs in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 50 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Jeremy Piven on his transition from acting to stand-up comedy. That is next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've seen the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him this Wednesday night at 6 o'clock for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Joining the show is actor and comedian Jeremy Piven. He's performing stand-up at the Neptune Theater here in Seattle on July 12th.
Okay, stop. I get to ask this. How you living, Jay Piven? I love the title of your podcast.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I love doing podcasts. It's, as you guys know, it's just really fun to talk to people and chop it up. And people feel really comfortable with me, and they just get really, really weird. And in the best way. In the best way.
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in the Witness Protection Program, as you can tell. Yeah, things are, I'm underground. I can't tell you the location.
Well, we do know you were in Chicago. You just shot your stand-up special over the weekend. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was incredible. I got to go home, and yeah, you're the first people I'm talking to about it. I'm actually in St. Louis. I just finished a show here, and I've been doing a different city every day. And I went home to Chicago and filmed it in front of my people. A couple sold-out shows at the Vic Theater, and the whole thing was a miracle. It was incredible.
It was a miracle. Did you have more nerves in your hometown?
That's a great question. I nerves are an energy, and we assign a negative connotation to it. But all nerves are is an energy to wake you up and to say, hey, this is real. Let's get it together. And then you breathe through the nerves and you live the dream. And welcome to my TED Talk. You can play this later if you're having trouble sleeping. It's so boring. I apologize. I can't wait to be funny and not talk about how funny you should think I am.
Well, speaking of nerves and funny, maybe you can talk about that first pitch, Jeremy.
So no, that's just humiliation, my good man.
Not gonna do it.
Thank you. Listen, when they ask you to throw out the first pitch at Wrigley Field on the 12th of November, let's see how you do. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Enjoy the veal. I walked into that one, brother. Can't bring a butter knife to a tank fight. But thank you for that. Let's talk about the first pitch. Here's the reality. I've never bounced it before. It was my honor. Ian Happ is a buddy who plays for the Cubs. And they coached me up, Justin Turner. And listen, this is a metaphor for life.
Yeah.
I was overthinking it on the mound. I was overthinking it. and I ended up bouncing it, and it was humiliating. But the good news is, like life is, once you walk through that, on the other side of that was 2 great shows where the next night where I was in my hometown performing in front of my people. And, it was my first special that I've ever filmed, and it was absolutely incredible.
Well, people obviously know you for Entourage. You won a bunch of awards for Entourage. How is acting in a show like that different than doing stand-up?
Well, with Entourage, my job, and my God, was I lucky to have it, and my honor was to take the written word, every single word, and make it feel improvisational. Make it feel like, oh man, this guy's just making it up. Because everyone thought I was just making it up. And what a great compliment that is. And an agent actually said to me one time, he goes, I'm having trouble getting you work on your hiatus because everyone's saying there's no way that's acting. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Wait, what was that? Say that one more time. The acting in Entourage, the written word that is not acting. Is it pottery? Is it, what is it exactly? What are we doing here, guys? So, listen, nothing makes sense in this life. Nothing makes sense. The highest paid actor in the world is The Rock. He's never taken an acting class. I'm very bitter. And I'm going to unpack all of this in Seattle at the Neptune.
I can't wait. And I just read a critique this morning of your show, which said guaranteed side-splitting laughter. That's a pretty good review.
Let's go! Now, can I ask a question about the theater? Have you guys been to this theater?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I haven't, and I heard it's beautiful.
It's great. I've been to a couple shows there. In fact, I brought my daughter to a Kids Bop concert there once, and they brought us up on stage. I danced on stage there, Jeremy.
Ooh.
So maybe.
Okay, well, do we have proof? Do we have video? What do we have here?
Oh, I've tried to get all copies burned. Unfortunately, there is something out on the internet. Maybe I should have taken some tap dancing lessons from you, though.
Well, listen, if you guys don't mind, I'm coming to town, and I'd love to come into the studio. Is that all right?
We would love that.
Okay, we're kind of early in the morning, though.
Yeah. We
listen. I love Seattle. My memory of Seattle is filming with Cameron Crowe in Seattle, if you can believe it.
What did you film here?
I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, of course. When was that?
Well, oh my God, I'm not good with dates because I'm in denial of my age. I'm
you
totally
and me both,
delusional.
brother.
Yeah, because there are people out there like, bro, do you remember in '97 I sat behind you at a Cubs game? I got sick. I threw up on you. No, brother, I don't. Why are we doing this? How old were you, bro, in '97? I don't know. I don't know, bro. No, I did Singles and Say Anything with Cameron, and I did a music video with him in Seattle, and it's the closest I'll ever get to, being a rock star. I think it's a very intimate theater. That's why I wanted to play it. I think it's about how many seats? I don't even know.
Probably 1,000.
Yeah, not more than that.
I'm bad with the numbers, but when I was dancing on stage like I do, it seemed like it was basically Wrigley Field. It seemed like a lot of people judging me and my dancing.
Yeah, and by the way, that feeling is very common, and that's what everyone feels the first time they really, enter into a new arena like that. And that's, if you wanted to be a professional dancer, and I don't suggest it, my good man, I don't know if you have it in you. I think if you were a stripper, I think your stripper name would be Vanilla Drizzle or Put Some Ice on It.
Can you not put that picture in my head, please?
Sorry, I apologize for Vanilla Drizzle. I'll never say that again. I apologize. That was horrible.
Thank you.
Jeremy Piven, thanks for joining us today. And your show is coming up July 12th, and we will see you on July 12th. He is guaranteed he's going to be in the studio.
How about if I see you on July 10th in studio?
That sounds terrific. Thank you, Jeremy Piven.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you. Good luck on tour, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, partly cloudy skies with highs in the low 70s right now. It's about 50 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No,
oh, you're fabulous.
Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Have you heard the saying, chucking a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO News Radio.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately it also attacked his body. Uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer.
We are so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save Zach, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like him.
Visit LLS.org and save a child's life.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Got pickleball game? Play with Seattle football legends in the Champions of Change pickleball tournament on June 28th, benefiting high school athletes. Register at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball or donate at your local Safeway.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by
I'm Deborah
Progressive
Rodriguez.
Insurance.
A fourth night of missile strikes between Israel and Iran. At least 5 people have been killed in Israel, which is claiming it can now fly freely over Tehran with no major threats after striking 10 command centers that belong to the country's Quds force. As for those incoming Iranian missiles, correspondent Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
There's an understanding that if these ballistic missiles coming in had a nuclear warhead, it would basically mean the end of Israel. So the country's very much behind the government and the military and hoping that they'll be able to knock out Iran's nuclear program.
The conflict expected to take center stage at the G7 summit in Canada. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is traveling with President Trump in Alberta.
These are the leaders of the world's largest democracies, and several of them have already said that they are looking for a rapid de-escalation between Iran and Israel. And so this conflict has suddenly become the most urgent focus of this 2-day summit.
A suspect apprehended in the murder of a Minnesota state senator and her husband. Another Democratic legislator and his wife were wounded. CBS's Lilia Luciano from Minneapolis.
There is a lot of grief for these beloved lawmakers, for the beloved lawmaker who passed, and of course relief that this man was caught within 43 hours of this, what they're calling authorities, the largest manhunt in the state's history.
A major airline is adding a new safety feature to its cockpits.
A pilot's worst nightmare can be a warning like this.
Southwest 440, cancel takeoff clearance, hold in position.
That prevented a collision with a plane landing on the same runway. Now Southwest Airlines has added a text and voice cockpit warning system that can alert a pilot about to use the wrong runway or take off on a taxiway. That almost happened here in Orlando back in March. Southwest tells the Wall Street Journal the new system is now on nearly all of its 800 737s. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
Police in Utah say 3 bystanders were shot to death at a festival in West Valley City last night, among them an infant. Police say it began with an argument between 2 groups of people. When officers approached, they say a 16-year-old pulled out a gun and fired. He's been taken into custody. Intense flooding blamed for at least 5 deaths in West Virginia. The search is still on for 3 still missing. This man's stepfather lost his home in Fairmount.
He was up on top of the hill. He was able to get his dog out. He was sleeping in his vehicle with his dog. So it was quite the scene, actually. It's indescribable. The only thing left was his foundation.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03 on a Monday morning. We say hello to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And hello back at you there, Charlie. Good weekend.
Right back at you, buddy.
Yeah, a little sluggish this morning. We're looking at Federal Way to Seattle at about 40 minutes already, seeing brake lights up past 272nd. Also a little bit past the Boeing access road. I'm looking, we might have a new crash up there that just popped up because we've gone all red on the map. So plan on delays, at least there getting up from South Center, and I'll have more for you on that in 10 minutes. The Renton S-curve's already active, 20 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue. Behind that, 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Also, a lot of heavy slowing getting into and through the Sumner area on westbound 410. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive already seeing brake lights through Nisqually. A little about 40 minutes now to make it up into Tacoma. Coming down from the north end, 35 minutes or less from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging for healthier eggs. 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Locally fresh since 1909.
Sully, I want you to confirm some details about what's happening along I-5 near Boeing Field and break back in with us if you are able to confirm that, okay?
Yeah. Let me go I'm pulling up my cameras now.
Okay, it's 6:04.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 6:04. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning. It's 53 and partly cloudy in Seattle. President Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest Democratic-run cities.
New York, Los Angeles, Chicago are definitely on Trump's list. We're still waiting to see if Seattle will be targeted. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
So on social media yesterday, Trump said that he wants to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history. Mayor Bruce Harrell has been reacting to Trump's ICE raids and his tweets for weeks.
We read the tweets, we read the social media, we plan, but we've had no direct communication.
So the White House is now saying their goal is to make at least 3,000 ICE arrests every day. So presumably Seattle is one of those cities Trump is talking about and will be targeting. ICE recently announced they are deploying special response teams to several cities across the country, and Seattle is on that list. And there have been reports that we're digging into that ICE has flown in plane loads now of equipment to ICE agents for them to carry out more aggressive raids across our area. However, the Trump administration also told ICE to pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. A White House official said Trump was alarmed, apparently, about the impact ICE raids were having on those industries. And it also appears not all Republican leaders agree. Here was Senator Tom Cotton on Face the Nation.
We should not declare any industry or any work site that uses large numbers of illegal immigrants off limits for enforcement of federal law.
Back here in Seattle, Mayor Harrell has said on social media as well, his administration disagrees with Trump's ICE policies, and he has been encouraging people to speak out and protest Trump's policies.
Okay, our coverage will continue in just a moment, but Sully, you have been following a situation along I-5 near Boeing Field. What have you learned?
Well, so far, all I can tell you is that we have 2 right lanes of northbound I-5 blocked just after the Boeing access road. All I could see are a couple of state troopers and a car over on the right-hand side. I don't see a crash, but I do see the activity that's going on, and I can confirm that 2 right lanes are blocked there as you make your way. I'm reaching out to State Patrol right now and other agencies to see what we can confirm.
All right, thank you. Massive crowd filled Cal Anderson Park Saturday for the so-called No Kings rally. Organizers say about 70,000 people marched peacefully through Seattle. They started on Capitol Hill and made their way to the Space Needle. The Seattle Times called it one of the largest protests in city history.
This was part of a national day of action with over 50 rallies across Puget Sound. People marched to oppose what they see as rising authoritarianism. People told us it was good to see a peaceful assembly of thousands of people with no confrontations with police officers.
Have I seen a single Seattle police officer? Well, I have to think about it.
No.
I don't think so.
And Seattle police noted there were no reports of damage during that main march.
The violence did erupt in Tukwila as people gathered in front of the Department of Homeland Security office. We get more on this from KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss.
Tukwila police posted on Facebook saying a group of people barricaded the facility, so federal police responded. The conflict may have began to brew on Friday night. That's when Tukwila police released a statement saying they were aware of a post saying people with pending immigration hearings were told to go to the office even though it was closed. They told people to verify that notifications are from a government official. We spoke with some who saw part of what happened during the clash Saturday.
I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car. And I felt that tear spray that police use on the people, something like that.
Well, Tukwila police say officers gave several loud and clear verbal commands for people to move out of the road and onto the sidewalk.
In a disturbing moment caught on video, our former colleague Brandy Cruz was attacked. A few people sprayed her with chemicals and threw water bottles at her. No arrests were made.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, good morning. Monday, June 16th.
Nice weekend?
It was a great weekend. A lot of baseball in the Harger family. Of course, it was Father's Day yesterday.
Was. I hope you had a lovely day.
It was great. How about you, David? It was your first.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Yeah.
Went to some of our favorite spots up in our favorite town, Bellingham. Had a really nice dinner on Saturday with my in-laws. So, yeah, could not complain. Clean sweep for the Mariners. That's always a plus as well.
I knew that was going to happen.
Oh, yeah. And Sully, it was kind of quiet at Casa del Sullivan.
Yeah, doing a lot of cleaning around the house, getting moving things around, getting ready to get Tommy home, making sure there's room to put his stuff in, so working around the house most of the day, and a little U.S. Open, maybe.
Okay, maybe just a scooch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have Nick Krasia running the board for us this morning. That is producer David. And Katrina Gashard is back as our editor this morning.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up on this hour of the show, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy from the King County Prosecutor's Office.
Also, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with some advice for finding the right financial advisor.
It is 6:10 now. A kidnapping suspect is in police custody in Tacoma. This is after that Amber Alert Saturday. It was canceled just a few hours after being issued. Police believe the man abducted a 2-year-old girl just after 9 a.m. near a Wendy's restaurant just north of Tacoma Mall. They say a stranger saw her walking down South Steel Street and placed her in his vehicle and drove toward 38th. Later, police say the girl had been returned to her family unharmed. Suspect was detained, questioned by detectives. Police say the girl was recovered quickly due to the rapid response of officers and detectives and tips from the public.
2 people were killed during a multi-state crime spree Sunday morning. Authorities tell KIRO 7 TV a man was shot and killed while trying to stop a carjacking suspect in Idaho.
At least 6 felonies that occurred in Kootenai County. We had an aggravated assault with a vehicle. We had 3 attempted carjackings. We had another successful carjacking, and we had a murder.
Earlier, the suspect carjacked a father and daughter in Spokane Valley, then crossed into Idaho where he tried more carjackings. After fatally shooting a bystander, the suspect returned to Washington, injured a motorcyclist, and fired at police with an AR-15. The chase ended in a shootout near Spokane. The suspect was killed. Investigations are ongoing.
It's 6:11. Jesse Farrington is almost 76 and still skydiving like a pro. The News Tribune says she's jumped out of planes about 10,000 times, averaging 200 jumps a year. She recently leapt from 13,000 feet over Shelton.
On the ground, your strength and your mobility and all those things that age catches up with aren't in the air. So you feel young, you feel free, you feel like you get to fly wherever you want, and it's a lot of fun.
Her family owns Skydive Kapowson. Her husband just stopped jumping. He's 76. Her kids are professional skydivers. Even her grandkids plan to start when they turn 16.
Fun. Okay.
Okay.
We have some sports news. Do you want the good or the bad first?
You know what? Because we have Nick Allard coming up,
yes,
I want the bad.
Okay. Well, it was a tough night for the Sounders at the Club World Cup. Seattle fell to Botafogo 2-1 last night.
Botafogo. I like being able to say that.
I had to practice.
All right. It was a special game yesterday at T-Mobile Park. We had J.P. Crawford, the shortstop, celebrating his first Father's Day with a little mustard and rye bread.
1-2 to J.P. Swinging a drive deep to right field. Going, and Grandma, get out the rye bread and mustard. It is grand salami time.
And we heard from Crawford after the game.
It's the best day ever. People always say it's definitely being their first one, but I finally get it now, and I'm just so thankful for sure.
Mariners went on to win 6-0. They sweep aside the Cleveland Guardians. They take on the Red Sox this week. Game 1 tonight at 6:40, and you can hear it on 710 Seattle Sports.
It's now 6:13, and that's time to check the forecast as you head into the new week. It's sponsored by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nice day. We'll see partly sunny skies, 73 for today. Might stay mostly cloudy tomorrow and 71. There is a slight chance of seeing some isolated showers on Wednesday with a high of 69, and then Thursday partly cloudy and 70. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny and 54.
It's 6:13, and it's already starting to be a busy morning as we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we still have 2 lanes blocked on northbound I-5 right as you get past the Boeing Access Road. 2 right lanes, as I said. We've got a lot of activity around there. Not quite sure exactly what's happening there. I don't see a crash there. Only see one vehicle with a couple of different state troopers there. But definitely causing a backup back around the Duwamish curve, and has already added 10 minutes to our drive. It's 50 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. 30 of those minutes are from the South Center area. The Valley Freeway, about 42 minutes already. Seeing brake lights past Auburn and at the north end part of the drive as well, past 180th. And then the Renton to Bellevue corridor already running a little elevated at 21 minutes there. Olympia to Tacoma, solid brakes down the hill towards Nisqually. That appears to be sun glare, but I'm checking to see if there might be anything else there in that backup out of Lacey. Give yourself 40 minutes to get to Tacoma. Picking up some action in Marysville now. Westbound 204 is getting heavy across the trestle is as well. And then you have about 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
It's now 6:14, and making her triumphant return to the news desk is KIRO News Radio's Katrina Kashard. Hi.
Hi, good morning, team. Sorry, my voice is not the best, but we're going to get through it. So UK's Prime Minister has appointed the first ever woman to head its MI6 spy service. So it's a little art imitating life, shall we? Blaise Metrelli will be the 18th head of the service. MI6 achieved global fame through Ian Fleming's fictional agent, James Bond. The MI6 chief is only publicly named after as a member of the organization and reports directly to the foreign minister. The person who is head of the service is actually referred to as C, not M, in the Bond movies. Those movies, of course, already had a woman as its chief.
How fun. Okay. Katrina, welcome back. It's 6:15.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Monday morning means it's time for Crime and Punishment. Casey McNerney from the King County Prosecutor's Office joins us today.
Casey, last week we talked about the defendant charged for several residential burglaries involving professional athletes. Friday afternoon, King County prosecutors charged that defendant in another case out of Renton. Tell us about it.
Yeah, that was a case that is being investigated by the same lead detective as the pro athlete cases. This is a case that happened May 10th in Renton. And what prosecutors allege is that the same defendant went into a home and took a safe. The resident was there and heard this banging noise downstairs, grabbed a rifle out of a safe, went down and found someone on his porch, and said to police that when there was the confrontation there, the person fired a shot. He fired back 2 rounds or fired back twice from the rifle. And we're really fortunate that there weren't injuries with this case, because whenever you have shootings like that, it's a few inches and it's a very different story. And so there was the follow-up investigation there. The same detective who worked on the other cases has this one, referred it to prosecutors last week, and the same prosecutor looked at it and said, we think that we can file this case here.
And the resident was not charged, if I understand this correctly?
That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
So it was the person trying to break in.
And we also don't have cases for accomplices that have been sent over, but it's still an active investigation.
So we also have this other burglary case, rather cases, where we're seeing some significant sentences, something that is a lot higher than we generally see.
Yeah. Just the other day, there were 2 defendants who were sentenced to, one got 10 years, the other one 9 years for burglaries and also multiple gun thefts. Chris File is one of the senior deputy prosecutors who handled this case. It was really interesting how this all unfolded. Here he is describing it.
Well, I think the thing that jumped out to us about this case was just how sophisticated the burglar was, and also how sophisticated police were in tracking him down. The gentleman who was convicted of these burglaries at trial was in his early 40s, just as old as I am, but he had grown a massive beard. He looked like a burglar Santa. He had a big white beard, big bushy hair, and during the burglary, he had covered all of that up with a really compelling mask. He pulled a hood tight over his head. And so we couldn't really see the very unusual appearance that he had. But shortly after the burglary, the victim's credit cards were used at a local Safeway. And at that point, he had taken off his hood. So now you can see his crazy hair. And he'd taken off his mask so you could see his giant beard. And he looked so different from the person, superficially so different from the person that we saw in the burglary video. But the police were unbelievable here. This was investigated by Bellevue Police Detective Jeff Christensen, and he did a really, really wonderful job using cell phone data, traffic cameras, other things to track down the progress of the person all night long. So we saw his phone at the burglary. We saw him communicating with other suspects in the case. We saw him travel then to the Safeway. And so the fact that the suspect, when he's arrested with his giant beard and his crazy hair, does not look superficially like the burglar was something that the evidence collected by Bellevue PD overcame. It's really compelling, a really wonderful job by a well-resourced department and a wonderful detective.
Casey, these cases were prosecuted by your high-priority repeat offender program. Tell us more.
That's the group that handled behavior exactly like this, where you have the folks who are so frustrating, who get in and out of the system. And residential burglary is defined as a nonviolent crime by state lawmakers, which anybody who's had their home broken into will tell you it sure doesn't feel nonviolent to have that violation. But it's important to have a group like this to show the court, hey, this is repeat behavior. There's got to be a hard sentence here. And the results that we got here, 10 and 9 years, is important. Alex Copeland is another senior deputy prosecutor who handled this case. Here he is talking about the work of that group.
We take it very seriously. In particular, with these types of cases, residential burglaries are classified as nonviolent offenses, but they're obviously can be extremely concerning. It's a massive invasion of privacy for someone to enter your home and unwelcomed and do anything. And so I take them very seriously. I think our office takes them very seriously, and no case is the same, frankly. And so it really takes an individualized approach to every case, every defendant, every resolution, every trial. And that's not easy. It's time consuming, but that doesn't mean we're not putting an immense amount of work and time and effort into finding the best resolution that we can in the most efficient manner that we can. So I hope that the public ultimately understands that we take these kinds of cases very seriously, especially when there's a residential burglary involved, especially when there's firearms involved. And we work really hard and closely with law enforcement to hold the people responsible accountable.
Casey McNerney, King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, thanks for your time this morning.
You bet. It's good to see you both.
King County's homeless population is higher than first reported this year. The Center Square says the official count has been revised upward by 483 people. That brings the total number of homeless people to 16,868. That change comes from a unique survey method used by the county. It's called respondent-driven sampling. It helps reach people in remote areas. The method relies on peer referrals and gift cards to encourage participation. Officials say it gives a more accurate picture than traditional head counts. Still, they admit it's not perfect, especially for counting families or people in vehicles.
It's 6:22. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Sully is keeping a close eye on this Monday morning commute.
And with a little positive news to share, we have picked up one more lane on northbound I-5 just past the Boeing Access Road. Northbound 5, the right lane is blocked. We did have multiple lanes, but now just one. And we still have about a 10-minute delay through the area, 30 minutes to get you from South Center to downtown. And it's an hour all the way now to get you from Federal Way to Seattle. So we're behind schedule there. Still waiting to get some confirmation about what they're dealing with there from the State Patrol, but there's definitely a lot of activity over on the right-hand side of the road there as you pass. Looking at Renton to Bellevue now, up over 20 minutes, and behind that, we're getting closer to 25 out of Auburn. Also seeing heavy brake lights now on northbound I-5 as you work your way through Tacoma. Looks like we might have a crash right before you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. Definitely seeing brake lights there. Also seeing heavy slowing through some sun glare out of Lacey as you make your way up northbound I-5. Already 40 minutes from Olympia into the Tacoma area. Eastbound 512 is a little slow down the hill already, and coming down from the north end, some brake lights in Marysville. 204 has really got the heaviest drive as you try to tie into the trestle there, and then a little over 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges, though, are in great shape. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Nice way to start the week weather-wise. We're going to see partly sunny skies and 73 for today. A little bit cooler, so we stay cloudy tomorrow, and then here comes a chance of showers for the first time in a while. 69 on Wednesday with just scattered showers, but peaks of sunshine by afternoon. Right now, it's partly sunny and 54 in Seattle.
Still to come, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us with more on the ICE raids taking place in liberal-leaning states and cities across the U.S. Sully has another look at traffic at 6:33, and your opening bell report, all on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've seen the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him this Wednesday night at 6 o'clock for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys, a family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Guys, tired all the time?
Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better. Live stronger. Start now.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:30. President Donald Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest liberal-leaning cities.
Seattle presumably on that list after ICE announced plans to send special response teams to our area.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
There have been reports as well that ICE has flown in plane loads of equipment, including armored vehicles, for ICE agents to carry out more aggressive raids in our area. ICE recently announced they're deploying that Special Response Team, SRT, to several cities, and Seattle is on that list. Mayor Bruce Harrell has said right here in our own studio that his administration has been preparing for how to deal with ICE raids like that.
We want to make sure we're protecting certain communities, and so working with regional leaders and state leaders, we're planning on how to be nimble to react and adjust.
So on social media yesterday, Trump said he wants to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history, up to 3,000 arrests every single day. However, Trump also told ICE to pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. A White House official said Trump was alarmed, apparently, about the impact ICE raids were having on those industries. Harrell has also responded on social media himself, saying his administration disagrees with Trump's ICE policy, and he's been encouraging people to speak out and protest Trump's policies.
Luke, thank you. 6:32 now. Thousands gathered peacefully in Seattle Saturday for the No Kings protest.
The crowd stretched more than a mile from Cal Anderson Park to downtown. Katie Spencer brought her kids.
I want them to see peaceful protest and let them know that this is acceptable. This is how we resist.
It was one of more than 50 rallies across the region. Organizers say the goal was to push back against authoritarianism. And despite the size, police say there were no major incidents at the main rally.
However, Saturday's peaceful protest gave way to unrest after dark. KIRO 7 says a small group caused damage downtown, setting fires and blocking streets. One person even pushed a burning box toward the federal building entrance. Seattle police kept their distance unless safety was threatened.
And in Tukwila, things escalated outside the Department of Homeland Security. Tear gas was used to clear a crowd blocking the driveway. And our former colleague, Brandy Cruz, was caught in the chaos. Video shows her being sprayed in the face with some sort of chemical and hit with water bottles. Police say no arrests were made, but the night ended with tension and confusion.
It's 6:33. We head over to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've got a couple of things going on this morning, both of them on northbound I-5. I'm going to start with the bigger of the two, which is northbound 5 just after the Boeing Access Road as you come up out of Tukwila. Right lane remains blocked. The police are working with something there on the right-hand shoulder, and so the right lane is blocked there, and we're already up to an hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 of those minutes just from South Center. That's normally a travel time we don't see until much later in the morning. So plan on at least a 15-minute delay through the area. We've got about a 3-mile backup. The other spot is down in Tacoma, right before you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. There just past the dome. The HOV lane is blocked, and we're losing a couple of minutes there as you work your way through the corridor. Once you're through that, it's not too bad the rest of the way until you get up to that slowing at the Duwamish. Northbound 5 down in the Lacey area is still very heavy as we see the brake lights there through the sun glare. The Valley Freeway now up to about 50 minutes from end to end. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Early on a Monday morning, $15 in the hot lane, 25 minutes to get you up into the Renton area from Auburn, and then Renton to Bellevue is about 25 minutes, 45 minutes out of the north end, maybe a little bit under, depending on how you hit the volume right away from Linwood. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Well, a nice weather day to start the new week. It will be partly sunny, 73 for today. Cooling off a tad tomorrow as we'll see mostly cloudy skies, and then we finally have a chance of some isolated showers on Wednesday with a high of 69. It's 54 and partly sunny in Seattle right now.
Time for the opening bell. A new survey suggests economic growth is slowing and inflation will rise again.
The National Association for Business Economics panel of forecasters predicts GDP growth will slow to 1.3% for 2025.
We've been growing 2.5%, 3% over the last few years. So this is a pretty substantial slowdown.
Rebecca Rocky, deputy chief economist at Cushman & Wakefield, says many panel members cited tariffs.
Expectations for inflation notched up notably
to 3.1% for the fourth quarter before cooling down again next year. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A majority of Americans say they believe the economy is headed in the wrong direction. But CBS News reporter Michael Toscano tells us there's a surprise behind that number.
56% tell Bankrate they don't approve of the economy's direction, with 26% okay with it. Senior economic analyst Mark Hamrick.
Who feels that way is dependent on who occupies the Oval Office.
Until recently, Democrats and many independents were more positive on the economy than the firmly negative Republicans. With fundamentals other than who's president relatively unchanged, that's pretty much reversed now.
Those who say it's going in the right direction, not surprisingly, Republicans predominate.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Only 7% of Democrats say the economy is going in the right direction.
Washington State's largest carbon auction brought in big money, but also fresh debate. The Center Square reports the state earned $322 million in the June auction. That brings the total to nearly $3.2 billion since the program began. Critics say the Department of Ecology isn't being clear about the impact on gas prices. The latest auction price jumped over to $58 per allowance. Some experts say that adds about 46 cents to a gallon of gas. Ecology says there's no direct link between auction prices and what you pay at the pump, but critics argue the state's own advisors once said otherwise. According to AAA, the average cost of a gallon of gas is $4.59 in Seattle. The national average is $3.14.
Washington cherries are ripe, but there's trouble in the orchards. Growers say they are struggling to find enough workers to pick them. The News Tribune says the labor shortage is hitting earlier than usual. Many migrant workers are still finishing the cherry season in California, and that crop is smaller this year, so fewer people are heading north. Some may not arrive in Washington for another week or two. There's also fear of immigration enforcement. Rumors of raids have some workers staying away.
Well, here's a unique way to gauge the direction of the nation's economy.
Typical economic indicators are the unemployment rate and inflation rate. And then there's the men's underwear index.
Things
points that might not necessarily be on the forefront of your mind could indicate economic trouble, including purchases of men's underwear.
University of Tampa Associate Professor Abigail Hall says during tight times, worn undies are a cost saver.
Rocking a pair of boxers with holes all over it, it might not be his preference. It might be an indication of what's going on with the overall economy.
Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
Well, anytime you can bring up underwear on
Yeah.
a Monday morning on Seattle's Morning News, it's good, right?
It's always fun just looking across the studio and seeing Sully. His head cocks like a cocker spaniel when he hears something unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure when I bought my last set of underwear.
You know what? When we start talking specific people in the undies, that's troubling.
Yeah.
Anywho,
On Wall Street right now,
Yep.
major indexes all looking up. We have the Dow Jones Industrial Average ahead 274 points. S&P 500 is ahead by 45, and the NASDAQ is up nearly 1% at 178 points.
Now a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
A suspect is in custody in the shootings of two Minnesota lawmakers, and Washington Congressman Adam Smith spoke with CNN this morning about his biggest concern, as police say this was likely a politically motivated attack.
My biggest concern is that we as a society are normalizing political violence. And you see this on many points on the political spectrum, the denigration and attacking of elected officials that you disagree with. It becomes incredibly, it's hateful and dehumanizing.
Police say Vance Bolter was found crawling in a field and taken into custody without incident last night.
The FIFA Club World Cup kicked off on Sunday. On the Seattle waterfront, a 30-minute soccer lesson broke a Guinness World Record. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson has more on the excitement.
The result? With 1,038 people,
it feels amazing. Yes.
a Father's Day gift like no other.
Elated. It's a beautiful feeling.
More than 1,000 people taking part.
What I love about this is we're in an amazing venue. Like, we couldn't be in a more beautiful place on a more perfect day.
It's the start of a year of footy fever leading up to the 6 matches Seattle will host for the FIFA World Cup next year.
I had never heard footy fever before.
Footy fever.
The outcome of the match, not so great.
Yeah.
Sounders lost 2-1.
640, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at 2 crashes getting in the way, one of them by Boeing Field, the other one in downtown Tacoma. So we'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO KNewsRadio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO KNewsRadio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
6:43, time to check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we've got 2 problems on northbound I-5 causing a pretty significant amount of delay. I'm going to start with the bigger of the 2, which is northbound I-5 right past the Boeing Access Road getting into Seattle. We've got the right lane blocked. The State Patrol is there working an investigation on the side of the freeway there, so we're losing about 15 minutes through that corridor, about a 3-mile backup, almost all the way back toward 405 as you come up out of the South Center Tukwila area. Over 35 minutes from South Center into downtown, hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. So definitely seeing a tough go up the I-5 corridor there. In Tacoma, we're still dealing with a crash that's blocking the HOV lane on northbound I-5 approaching the Puyallup River Bridge just after the 705 corridor in the Dome. That HOV lane is blocked, and we're backing up all the way to about Highway 16. Looking at northbound I-5 a little bit further to the south, a little sun glare to deal with up the hill out of Lacey as you work your way into Nisqually and then up through DuPont. Give yourself 40 plus to make it from Olympia to Tacoma. Valley Freeway about 45 from end to end. Rented to Bellevue's getting closer to a half an hour, but it's not quite there yet. Coming down from the north end, manageable. Some brake lights, Marysville, a little bit across the Trestle, a little bit more around the Everett Mall, down to the Alderwood Mall, but if you give yourself about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, that should be plenty of time. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com to see current specials or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
It's going to be a nice Monday. We'll be partly sunny, 73 the high for today. A little bit cooler tomorrow and mostly cloudy skies. And finally, we have a chance of some showers on Wednesday, mainly in the morning hours, but back to sunshine for the afternoon. 69 on Wednesday. Right now, 54 and sunny in Seattle.
6:45 now, and Katrina Gishar joins us.
Patrick Schwarzenegger is following his father Arnold's footsteps. His role on season 3 of The White Lotus earned him a Breakout Performance Award at the Newport Beach Festival.
My career's totally tied to yours, so if something bad is happening, it's happening to both of us. And I'll always be seen by everyone as Timothy Ratliff's son, and I'm okay with that. I am, as long as everything at work is going good.
This show is all the rage online, and a lot of the credit goes to the series creator Mike White, who was recently announced he'll be returning for season 50 of Survivor. In an exclusive interview with Entertainment Tonight, Patrick says he could never do the CBS reality show.
Godspeed, man. He would always ask me that. He was like, do you think you can do it? Do you think you can do it? And I was like, no, I honestly don't think. I don't know. I don't know how he does it.
So would anyone be down to join the cast of Survivor?
Nope.
That's a hard no for me, Katrina.
It's actually funny. Mike White, when he was on that season of Survivor, a bunch of his friends, his kind of crew in that season, then appeared in cameos in his show, The White Lotus. So you can see if you're a Survivor person, you'll see little members of the Survivor crew kind of walking around doing cameos in the background of that show.
That's pretty cool. I would not be joining the cast of Survivor. I would not make it.
Does anybody remember Mike White as Ned Schneebly from School of Rock, by the way?
Of course, Mr. Schneebly.
I feel like that's just something that hasn't been said yet.
That was random.
I don't know who he is.
Of course.
Oh, big surprise.
Do you, Manda?
No.
Okay. All right. Neither do I. Half the kids in the studio know him, half don't. I guess that's fine. That's fair. It's 6:46.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plumbing plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear,
Call Apollo Plumbing.
the Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained, and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Are you looking at senior living options for you or a loved one? If so, you likely have many questions like, what can I afford? How long will my savings last? And if I run out of money, will I have to move out? If these questions are weighing on you, I'm here to talk you through different solutions. Hi, I'm Amanda from Care Partners Senior Living. At Care Partners, we're focused on offering high-quality, compassionate care at very affordable prices to help stretch and preserve your assets. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, you won't have to move. We have vibrant communities throughout Western Washington, Spokane, and Arizona offering independent, assisted living, and memory care. Our caregivers are some of the most loving and genuine people you'll ever meet. Stretch your assets, preserve your estate, and never worry about moving. That's peace of mind in the Care Partners Living Difference. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com. Care Partners is excited to announce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, Snohomish, and North Creek Bothell. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
A lot of us are fine with apps and spreadsheets until we're not. At some point, even smart, capable people wonder, do I need a financial advisor? Jill Schlesinger says yes, but only if you're ready.
The CBS News business analyst and host of the Jill on Money podcast joins us to talk about the right time to get help, how to spot someone who's legit, and why fiduciary should be your new favorite F word. Good morning.
I don't want to say it's your favorite. It's just add it to your arsenal, okay? Good morning.
Good morning, Jill. So you say people should check off the big three before hiring an advisor, pay debt, build savings, max out retirement. Why are those the foundation before making this next step?
I just think that every advisor is going to tell you to do that anyway. So before you start with like some generalized planning fees and looking at different competing priorities, if you've got outstanding credit card debt or student loans or an auto loan that's high interest and you haven't established that emergency reserve fund, I think that every advisor worth their salt would say, hey, you got to tackle those. Now, of course, the other piece of this is that a lot of people think they're going to go to a financial advisor and it's going to kind of solve their number one issue, which is like, I just need to get right with my money, which usually means I got to get a handle on how much money I'm spending. They're not going to do that for you, meaning it's like going to a nutritionist. They're not going to tell you what you're eating. You have to tell them that. So you have to do some of this work yourself in order to prepare, even to engage with a financial professional.
You make a strong case, Jill, for the word fiduciary. Why isn't that the industry standard?
Oh, boy. If we have a couple of hours. Because it is a standard. Okay, so let's just define it. A fiduciary is somebody who is held to a duty of care that requires that person, the person providing advice, to act in your best interest, even if doing so is not in their own or their company's best interest. Now, for years, we had something in the financial services industry called suitability. So if I say to you, hey, you should use a 529 plan, that is suitable advice because you've told me that you want to help send your kids to college. So use a Section 529 plan to save for college. Suitable advice for anyone who articulates that as a goal. If I'm a fiduciary, I have to go one step further and say, oh, if you want to actually use a 529 plan, the best, most efficient way to do that is to go direct to your state and use that state's plan, your state of Washington, use that plan, and that is the cheapest, best way to do it. Whereas somebody who's not held to the fiduciary standard might say, and I can buy that 529 plan for you. And that's a big difference because the fiduciary has to tell you if there's a conflict of interest. Like if you said to the fiduciary, oh, can't you just do that for me? The fiduciary would say, yeah, I could do it for you, but it's going to cost you money. And I'm going to make money doing it. And it's so easy to do. Let me show you how. As opposed to the suitable person who's like, yeah, I can do that for you, and just takes the commission from the place where you put the money. That's a big difference to me. And that's why I think fiduciary is one of those duties that doesn't mean that the person's going to be a great financial planner or advisor, but it's a nice hurdle that somebody is held to.
So if someone does decide to hire a planner, how do you recommend we find the right fit?
There are a few different places to look for financial planners, and one is through the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, where you can go to a website called letsmakeaplan.org. And I think that's a very easy place to find someone in your neighborhood. There is also a designation from the CPA board, which AICPA, and that is called a personal financial specialist. So AICPA.org. And, if someone is a member of something called the National Association of Personal Financial Advisors, NAPFA, NAPFA.org, they are always held to the fiduciary standard of care at all times.
Jill, thank you so much for your time. We enjoy chatting with you every Monday morning. CBS News money expert Jill Schlesinger. Her blog is jillonmoney.com.
It's time to check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Chris Sullivan is here.
And if you're going from Olympia to Seattle today, you're going to have two different spots where you're going to lose about 10 minutes. Going to start with the one up at the north end, just past the Boeing Access Road. We still have the right lane blocked for the State Patrol and an investigation over on the right-hand shoulder there. So we're seeing about a 3.5-mile backup all the way through the Duwamish curves. We've got about a 35-minute trip from South Center and an hour drive all the way from Federal Way. Now, what's happening in Tacoma, the HOV lane is blocked right as you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. The Olympia to Tacoma drive is running 45 minutes now because you're getting caught up in that. You hit the brakes right about Highway 16. Valley Freeway, just under 50 minutes, just under a half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, 45 minutes will get you down from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
You're going to have a nice day. Partly sunny today, warming to the low 70s. And then tomorrow, the clouds are going to build 71. Chance of some isolated showers by Wednesday with a high of 69. It's partly sunny and 54 in Seattle right now.
Coming up, the big budget bill is being discussed in the U.S. Senate. We're hearing from Feeding America's Vince Hall about potential impact. That's coming up at 7:15. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient, slashing utility bills. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and ventilation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? Let's go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-489-5660. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-489-5660 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-489-5660 to see if you qualify. That's 800-489-5660.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The hunt is over for the man accused of killing a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband and wounding a state senator and his wife. CBS News spoke with the suspect's friend and roommate, David Carlson.
He was a very giving person. No one would think he's capable of this. And he lived his life like that. And he was a Christian and he went to church every Sunday. Whatever this was, he kept it well hidden from his wife and all that.
I'm Peter King. Law enforcement officers flushed Vance Belcher out of the woods near his home in Grand Isle, Minnesota, about 60 miles from the crime scene. Minnesota State Patrol Lieutenant Jeremy Geiger.
The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time.
Belcher's first court appearance is scheduled for this afternoon. He faces 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree attempted murder. Governor Tim Walz.
We will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act.
Israel's military has just warned people in parts of Tehran to evacuate ahead of a planned attack. It comes after a 4th night of back-and-forth strikes that killed at least 8 people in Israel. CBS's Robert Berger reports from Jerusalem.
One missile crashed into a high-rise apartment complex in Petah Tikva, that's a city near Tel Aviv, with deadly consequences. The missile blew out windows and shattered concrete walls in several buildings.
Israel claims it's wiped out the headquarters of Iran's elite Quds military unit. The conflict between Israel and Iran won't be the only one that comes up at the G7 summit of world leaders beginning today in Canada. CBS's Nancy Cordes is traveling with President Trump in Alberta.
They want to talk
talk about the flailing peace talks between Ukraine and Russia and the ongoing uncertainty surrounding President Trump's tariffs, with a lot of the world leaders who are attending this summit still seeking trade deals with the United States.
Just in from Washington, the Supreme Court says it will hear arguments from a faith-based pregnancy center in New Jersey. It's challenging a state investigation alleging it misled people into thinking its services included abortion referrals. At least 5 deaths are now blamed on flash flooding triggered by torrential rain in parts of West Virginia. Several people are missing. CBS's Tom Hansen is in Fairmont, where they've declared a state of emergency now.
There is an apartment complex here where the facade has essentially toppled over, people's belongings just dumped out of this building, their lives turned upside down in a matter of minutes.
The Dow is up 442 points. NASDAQ ahead more than 1%. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 now. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And it is a rough go on the northbound I-5 corridor in a couple of different places. We've got a couple of crashes and one police investigation. I'll start with that. That's northbound I-5 just after the Boeing Access Road. Right lane is blocked, and the State Patrol is working there in that lane and in the right shoulder. We've got a backup of about 3 miles, and we've got a 40-minute trip from South Center and an hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. So we're about 15 minutes behind schedule there. Also seeing about a 10-minute delay on northbound I-5 through the Tacoma Core. That's because of a crash that still has the HOV lane blocked as you get up past the T-Dome right before you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. Behind that, also some slowing through the Lacey area. We've got about a 50-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma, which total is a 15-minute delay. Valley Freeway, about 50 minutes from end to end, and half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Definitely a lot more brake lights out of Canyon Park. We're up to 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. Everett to Seattle's about 45. The lake bridges are good. This report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not fun? Summer spent on the side of the highway. Join AAA Washington today. Keep your summer moving.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. President Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest liberal-leaning cities.
Seattle is presumably on that list after ICE announced plans to send a special response team to our area. We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, President Trump announced yesterday he wants to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history, including 3,000 ICE arrests a day. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell said this weekend they're keeping track of the president's posts.
We read the tweets, we read the social media, we plan. We've had no direct communication.
So in addition to deploying special response teams to several cities, we've been following reports that ICE has actually flown in plane loads of equipment, including armored vehicles, perhaps, to our area for ICE agents to carry out more aggressive raids across the Puget Sound region. However, the Trump administration also told ICE to pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. A White House official said Trump was alarmed at the impact ICE raids were having on those industries. It appears, though, not all Republican leadership agrees. Here was Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton on Face the Nation.
We should not declare any industry or any work site that uses large numbers of illegal immigrants off limits for enforcement of federal law.
Charlie and Manda, the mayor, recently said on social his administration disagrees with Trump's ICE policies. That's pretty clear. But he's also been encouraging people to speak out and protest Trump's policies, taking to the streets like the protests we saw this past week and over the weekend.
And this weekend, Seattle saw one of its largest protests. It stayed peaceful. On Saturday, about 70,000 people joined the No Kings rally at Cal Anderson Park.
They marched through Capitol Hill and ended at Seattle Center. The protest was part of a national movement against what they say is authoritarianism. 15-year-old Cora was there with her family.
I think it's really cool not to just see it on the news, like to be able to be here and see that people can protest peacefully, and this is what it looks like.
Seattle police posted the crowd left no damage behind at that main rally. family.
Tensions flared outside a Department of Homeland Security office in Tukwila Saturday. Tukwila police say some demonstrators hurled frozen water bottles and rocks at officers, prompting the use of pepper spray and pepper balls to clear the scene. A nearby business owner spoke to KIRO 7 TV.
I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car, and I felt that tear spray that police use on the people, something like that.
And our former colleague Brandy Cruz was attacked during the unrest there. Video shows people spraying her with chemicals and throwing bottles. No arrests were made, but the night ended on a much different note than it began.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Okay, hands down, best heart song ever.
There's so many to choose from,
I know
though.
there are, but that's my favorite.
The sisters Ann and Nancy Wilson.
So talented. It's Monday, June 16th. Thanks for being with us. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
We have Sully over there keeping an eye on the roads for us. We get traffic every minute, 10 minutes on the threes. Producer David Burbank in the studio. Katrina Gashard is back from vacation, and Nick Cretia is running the board for us.
And there was a lot of baseball for Sam over the weekend.
There was.
Even on Father's Day?
Oh, a lot on Father's Day. It was a mixed bag. We beat the number one ranked 12-year-old team in the state.
Good.
That was a lot of fun. They are a great team. But then in the championship round, we lost to the number two ranked.
To make it to the championship round.
It was fun to watch.
Good. Well, I'm glad you had a nice Father's Day. Coming up on this hour of Seattle's Morning News, the big spending bill making its way through the Senate could potentially cut billions in spending for Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits. We're going to chat with Vince Hall from Feeding America to hear about who this will impact and the help that's out there for people who need it.
We'll also head live to L.A. with News Nation reporter Xavier Walton talking about the No Kings protests on Saturday and what's ahead for anti-ICE protests planned down there this week.
It's now 7:08. A deadly crime spree spanning 2 states ended in gunfire at a busy Spokane Valley intersection on Sunday morning. Authorities tell KIRO 7 TV a suspect armed with a rifle and a handgun carjacked multiple vehicles, killed a man in Idaho, and injured a motorcyclist before fleeing back into Washington.
At least 6 felonies that occurred in Kootenai County. We had an aggravated assault with a vehicle, another successful carjacking, and we had a murder.
The chase ended when the suspect crashed into vehicles and opened fire on law enforcement. Officers returned fire and killed the suspect at the scene. The investigation is ongoing.
A man is in custody, another in the hospital after yet another shooting on Aurora Avenue in Seattle. This happened Friday. Seattle police say it happened around 11:30 in the morning. A 26-year-old man was shot in the ankle. Suspect took off on a bike. Officers brought in K-9 units, SWAT, even the real-time crime center to help. After about 2 hours, they arrested a guy near North 96th Street. Victim was taken to Harborview with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Police are still trying to figure out what led to the shooting.
A big change is coming to Washington's Clemency and Pardons Board. The Washington State Standard says the board will double in size from 5 to 10 members, part of a new law aimed at speeding up the process for people seeking relief. Right now, some wait years just to get a hearing. The law also allows board members to be paid for their time up to $100 a day, and it requires a wider range of voices, including someone who's been incarcerated. The governor will start appointing new members later this summer.
King County's latest homeless count just got a major update. The Center Square reports the number has grown to 16,868 people. That's nearly 500 more than originally reported in May. The increase comes from delayed data using a newer survey method. It's called respondent-driven sampling, and it helps reach people often miss. That includes people in remote camps, those avoiding shelters. This method uses peer referrals and small gift cards to boost participation. Officials say it's more accurate, but still has gaps, especially with families.
It's one of Tacoma's most heartbreaking mysteries, and it's getting national attention again. Tika Lewis was just 2 years old when she disappeared in 1999, last seen near the arcade at New Frontier Lanes in Tacoma. Now her case will be featured on Dateline's Missing in America podcast. The News Tribune says the episode airs tomorrow. The podcast highlights unsolved cases, hoping to spark new leads.
Well, the Club World Cup is underway, and it was a rough night for Sounders fans. Seattle lost to Botafogo of Brazil 2-1. Last night, Botafogo beat us.
Let's talk about the positive sports news in town. The Mariners caught some fire this weekend, sweeping aside the Cleveland Guardians in 3 games. Mariners fell behind in Saturday's game, coming back in the bottom of the 9th inning to win in walk-off fashion.
The 1-1 on the way to Polanco. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit. Walk-off single. Mastaboni will score. And the Mariners come from behind to win it. 4-3 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Polanco running away from his teammates.
Mariners went on to dominate in yesterday's game, 6-0. The team looks to stay hot today as they begin a 3-game set against the Boston Red Sox. First pitch, 6:40. Mariners ace Logan Gilbert is set to take the mound in his first start since April. Coverage of the game can be heard on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
At 7:12, let's get a check on the weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV pinpoint meteorologist Nick Allard is here. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. We're going to see some increasing clouds for a little while this morning, but then sunshine this afternoon. Just a little bit of cloud cover as a weak system is increasing the clouds now. And once that moves through, we just see more sunshine later today. And I don't really think we have to focus on much more than just the cloud cover. I think it is going to be a mainly dry day. There might be a sprinkle or two at the coast, but that's about all. And then again, sunny later today, or at least mostly sunny. And highs will be in the low 70s. Now, from here, I think you'll see a little more cloud cover tomorrow with some sprinkles at the coast. And then I think we could see some scattered showers Wednesday for our first measurable rain for the month. I don't think it'll be a lot, but I do think it'd be our first measurable rain for the month. And we'll be in the 60s then with some more dry weather on Thursday. I think Friday you're going to see scattered showers. Saturday, as it's the first full day of summer, we're going to be at like 63 and a little rainy. So it's just interesting and cool with, I do think, some scattered showers Sunday. So we got a few days this week with scattered showers possible. And we haven't had any measurable rain so far at all, so it'd be good to get some of that. And, you know, your average for today is supposed to be about 71 and 63 for a high on Saturday. So here we go.
All right, Nick, ahead of those clouds rolling in, we have scattered sunbeams in Seattle, where it's 53 at 7:13.
And that's time to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are still dealing with 2 issues on northbound I-5. The first one is this police activity. State Patrol working with something on the right shoulder there, blocking the right lane as you get past the Duwamish curve and work your way up towards the Boeing Access Road. It's just after it. And we are seeing the brake lights there. It's about a 40-minute trip from South Center. It's a good thing there are fewer cars out there today, or else this one could really be causing significant slowing. Right now, it's only about a 10-minute delay. Hour, 10 minutes total from Federal Way to Seattle. We've got about a 15-minute delay coming up out of the Olympia area. Not only is there a little bit of slowing through Lacey, but as you work your way past the Dome, there's a crash in the HOV lane on northbound I-5 that has us back to Highway 18. So, Highway 16 there coming out of the area there just south of downtown. Give yourself 50 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Then down on the valley, we've got about a 50-minute trip as well from Puyallup to Renton. That's about average. And then 35 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, we're starting to see a lot more brake lights right past the Boeing freeway there. A little merging going on, and then away from Linwood as well. Hour drive now from Everett to Bellevue, about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get the whole house cooling and heating from one ultra-efficient new heat pump. Save up to $6,000, take 18 months to pay. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
7:15 now, and in a story that is certain to have Sully's attention, Katrina Gishard is here with plenty of drama at the U.S. Open.
Indeed. Players had to overcome miserable weather conditions and a treacherous course, but 34-year-old L.A. native J.J. Spaun birdied the final 2 holes, ending with the putt of his life to win the 125th U.S. Open for his first major victory.
In one of the most unlikely final round Sundays in U.S. Open history, J.J. Spaun closes the deal.
The call, courtesy of NBC, Spaun, the only golfer to finish under par, closed with a final round 2 over 72 for a 2-shot victory over Robert McIntyre. Did I get that right, Sully? I hope so.
That is correct.
Okay.
He shot a 40 on the front 9. That's 5 over par on the front 9. They had a weather delay.
Sheesh.
And he came out as a brand new man and went on a tear and won the battle of attrition at Oakmont.
He did it for you. Happy Father's Day.
No, he did it for him. Yeah, he did it for his first major championship and only second victory on tour. So
Very
good
cool.
for him.
Fun. Okay, thank you, guys. It's 7:16.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, Congress is considering a bill that would significantly reduce funding for SNAP, Medicaid, and Medicare, 3 programs that play a critical role in helping meet essential needs.
And for a lot of families, this couldn't come at a worse time. Summer brings higher expenses, and the cost of food and health care remain out of reach for millions. Joining us to discuss the impact of this all is Vince Hall, the Chief of Government Relations Officer at Feeding America.
Vince, thanks for the time this morning. We have talked a lot about potential cuts to Medicaid under this bill. Can you just explain how much this would potentially cut from SNAP and Medicare?
Well, this would be a devastating cut to both programs. The SNAP program projects that this would reduce the number of meals available to people struggling with hunger by 9.5 billion meals per year nationwide. Now, for comparison, the entire Feeding America network produces 6 billion meals. So the cut would be more than 50%. More than 150% of everything that America's food banks are able to produce today, and would lead to very dramatic increases in food insecurity across the country. The Medicaid cuts are equally draconian. They're talking about cutting in the order of $700 billion from the Medicaid program, which is a critical investment in the health care of our people and helps hospitals and community clinics and nursing homes and other facilities to take care of some of our most vulnerable citizens. Many people fall in both programs, and so this cut would be directed in a harmful way to both their food security and their health security.
A lot of working families rely on school meals to help feed their children. Is that a particular concern this summer, Vince?
Yeah, it certainly is, Charlie, because there are a large number of kids in this country who get access to school meals by virtue of the fact that their family has already qualified for SNAP benefits. And so because this legislation would in effect remove millions of people from eligibility for the SNAP program, those kids would not automatically qualify for the school meals that they need so critically when they're away from the home and on the school campus. For about 9 million kids in the United States, that school cafeteria is their only reliable, consistent source of balanced and nutritious meals, and they often count on it for both breakfast and lunch. So it's really a great flag. It's an important additional problem that we can expect to see across the country if this legislation is signed into law.
Talking with Vince Hall, the Chief Government Relations Officer at Feeding America. Should this go through, what can people do to help?
Well, I would say at the front end that people should help to stop this from going through as currently drafted. And this is a critical week in that process. Folks really have an important role to play in this democratic system, and their member of Congress, the House of Representatives, and their 2 members of the U.S. Senate want to hear from them. So if people are concerned about Medicare, they're concerned about Medicaid, and they're concerned about SNAP, it's a really good time to pick up the phone or to email or to get in touch with those members of Congress. Feeding America has created a very easy way to do that at feedingamerica.org/snapcuts, SNAPCUTS. And at feedingamerica.org/snapcuts, people can just fill out a couple of blanks and literally within a minute communicate a very strong and important message to all 3 of their members of Congress.
Hey, Vince, can you paint a picture for us when we talk about SNAP? Who are the people receiving SNAP? Are these just people who are unable, unwilling to work, or is it a much more nuanced picture?
You know, it's a much more nuanced picture. The vast majority of the people on SNAP are senior citizens, children, and people with disabilities. Of the folks on SNAP who are able to work, the vast majority of them do work. Many of them have 2 full-time jobs, but they still qualify for SNAP based on the comparison of their low wages to the inflated costs of gasoline, electricity, food, rent, which is a big factor, and other monthly essentials. And so based on a comparison of the wages of hardworking people to the costs that they are expected to pay each month, they still qualify for the SNAP program. So there's a myth that this program is serving unemployed people, and it does. When people fall on hard times, they're transitioning to new work, they're in a job training program, they rely on SNAP as well. But we have to be clear that the vast majority of people on SNAP are seniors, children, and people with disabilities, and they're amongst the most vulnerable in our communities. And let's be honest, there's also active duty military people who qualify for SNAP. There are veterans who are on SNAP. and to just apply across the board cuts that really devastate people's ability to purchase nutrition each month to get at a small subsection of the program is wholly unfair to those military families, seniors, kids, and others who are deserved and are really the intended recipients of this program.
What kind of resources are out there for people who would be affected by this?
Well, the local food banks need support more than ever, and there are really important Feeding America organizations throughout Washington, and of course, Seattle Food Lifeline key among them. And if folks want to help their neighbors, they can do so really effectively by helping their local food bank. They can donate their time, they can donate food, they can donate money, which is obviously a very critical resource in these times. And most importantly, they can donate their voice. They can become advocates with that food bank to help change public policies in a way that help food banks to become the temporary source of emergency help they're intended to be, instead of a monthly sustaining force for families who, frankly, the food banks cannot long-term support. So folks who are in need of services can absolutely come to feedingamerica.org, drop in their zip code, and they'll get connected to local food resources.
Okay, Vince Hall, the Chief of Government Relations Officer at Feeding America. Vince, thanks for your time this morning.
Thanks so much for having me.
You bet. Take care. It's 7:22. We'll get to your traffic in a moment, but first, a reminder, age is just a number. Jesse Farrington is nearly 76 and still skydiving like it's nothing.
I don't know when I'll be done jumping. As long as I'm physically able, I'm sure I'll be skydiving.
The News Tribune says she made about 10,000 jumps so far. She recently did another one over Shelton from 13,000 feet. Jesse's been skydiving for 60 years now. She's broken records and jumped all around the world. Her family owns Skydive Kapowsin in Shelton.
It's 7:23. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, as we do every 10 minutes on the threes, with Chris Sullivan.
And we have a little bit of improvement to share on northbound I-5 near the Tacoma Dome. The crash that was blocking the HOV lane right at the Puyallup River Bridge has just cleared. Bad news, we're backed up all the way to 16, so coming around the corner there trying to tie into I-5, you're basically driving right into a backup, so plan on at least a couple of extra minutes there. A total of 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma is about a 10-minute delay over what you might expect. Once you get through that, Federal Way to Seattle's about normal until you get up to the Duwamish Curve, and that's where you hit the brakes really hard all the way up past the Boeing Access Road. Right lane remains blocked there for a police investigation. We've got an hour and 10-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 of those minutes are from South Center, so behind schedule there by about 10 minutes. Northbound 405 is really solid through the Renton S curves up past 44th. Give yourself about 40 minutes to go from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, kind of a hit or miss day on the 167 corridor right at 180th. It's not bad at this moment, but a couple of minutes ago it was all red, so it's kind of ebbing and flowing between 50 minutes all the way from Puyallup to Renton and 45, so it just depends on how you hit it. Coming down from the north end, definitely a lot more brake lights past the Everett Mall, definitely through Mount Lake Terrace and through Canyon Park. An hour drive from Everett to Bellevue, about 55 minutes now from Everett to Seattle. Lake bridges are still doing okay. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Our forecast as we inch toward official summer, we're going to be partly sunny and 73 today. Clouding up for tomorrow and 71. We do have a slight chance of seeing some isolated showers on Wednesday. Right now, sunny and 56 in the city.
Coming up at 7:35, CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland with a look at the growing wave of sextortion cases taking place across the U.S. and why it's becoming easier and easier for criminals to get money out of victims online. That's on the way. You're on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFed Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFed Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFed Bank, built for business. Visit wafedbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. President Donald Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest liberal-leaning cities.
And Seattle is presumably on that list after ICE announced plans to send special response teams to our area. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more. Luke?
Charlie, there have been reports that ICE has flown in plane loads of equipment, including armored vehicles for ICE agents to carry out more aggressive raids in our area. That could be part of that ICE special response team. We know for sure we're on that list. Over the weekend, Mayor Bruce Harrell said he's watching Trump's social media posts.
We read the tweets, we read the social media, we plan. We've had no direct communication.
On social media yesterday, Trump said he wants to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history, 3,000 arrests every day. However, Trump also told ICE to pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. Harrell said he's encouraging people to stand up and peacefully protest like what we saw last week and over the weekend.
We want to see protests. We actually side with what people are protesting about. We disagree with the ICE policies that are coming out of D.C.
We're waiting to see if and when those ICE special response teams are deployed. But again, those protests in our area seem to be growing momentum, especially Charlie and Manda. That Saturday protest, the No Kings protest, pretty big.
Luke, thank you. This is one of those protests at University of Washington's Red Square.
From Olympia to Bellingham, those No Kings rallies filled the Puget Sound area. Seattle's was the biggest. About 70,000 people marched from Cal Anderson Park. They walked peacefully through downtown, ending near the Space Needle. Organizers say they were standing up to authoritarianism and supporting immigrant rights. There were no reports of damage or violence at that main rally.
And Saturday's No Kings rally was peaceful, but the night brought a different story. KIRO 7 says a smaller group caused trouble downtown, lighting fires and blocking roads. One fire was pushed toward the federal building entrance. Seattle police stayed nearby, stepping in only when needed.
And in Tukwila, protesters clashed with officers outside a federal facility. Tear gas was used after the crowd refused to move from a blocked driveway. In a moment caught on video, our former colleague Brandy Cruz was attacked. She was sprayed in the face and hit with water bottles. The unrest stood in sharp contrast to the peaceful tone earlier in the day.
7:33 now. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we still are working with one issue that we've been dealing with since about 6 o'clock, and that's the police investigation on northbound I-5 just past the Boeing Access Road. We've got the right lane blocked there, and we're backed up through the Duwamish curbs behind it. So we're looking at about 45 minutes out of South Center, about 10 minutes slower than it should be, with an hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. We are getting better into Tacoma itself. We had a long-term crash blocking the HOV lane right by the Dome. It's gone. We still have a little bit of braking, primarily in the collector-distributor lanes to get off of the downtown Tacoma exits there to 705. So plan on a little bit of a delay there, but not by much. Olympia to Tacoma has some slowing through Lacey, plus that little bit there right at 16. And so 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, about 10 minutes slower than you might expect. And then the Valley Freeway, plus or minus 45 to 50 all the way, depending on how you hit the volume. Right now, probably closer to 50 with brake lights beginning in Pacific. Rented to Bellevue, a little over 40. Tiger Mountain is heavy over the top, working your way eastbound over towards I-90, and coming down from the north end, solid hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. 405 is really packed in from Canyon Park. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be a very pleasant Monday. We'll be partly sunny and 73 today. A tad cooler tomorrow as we stay mostly cloudy. And then Wednesday, we do have a slight chance of seeing some isolated showers in the upper 60s. Right now, it's 56 and sunny in Seattle.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
7:35, sextortion, in which schemers threaten to release illicit photos of victims unless the victims pay them, has surged nationwide.
Covering this story for CBS News is Justice correspondent Scott McFarland. Scott, what makes this type of crime so pervasive?
First of all, let's just reflect on that number. There's been a 500% increase in these sextortion cases since 2019. It is hard to find a 500% increase in anything over the course of 6 years. So this is troubling, and it's alarming to federal law enforcement. What's shifted here, not just the volume of these cases, but the targets of these sextortion cases. Increasingly, according to the FBI, the crooks are targeting boys, teenage boys, minors. It's a paradigm shift in this type of crime. Traditionally, horrifically, people were seeking illicit images of minors for the images. Now, increasingly, they're seeking the images to use them to extort money out of the victim. And they think boys are less likely to report the crime. Boys are more vulnerable because they haven't had as many talks with their parents about why you don't send illicit images over social media. And what's more, and boys may be more inclined to pay.
We understand you looked into the case of somebody named Cross Cole.
Yeah, this is emblematic of where this crime is headed. Cross Cole, according to the Department of Justice, is a Ghana national who is here visiting the United States with his mother. According to the charging documents, while on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, he extorted a young man from Buffalo, convinced him to try to send money in return for not sharing the illicit images the boy had posted on some type of social media account or internet account that this man hacked. And after talking to his father, the victim decided not to send the money, ultimately went to federal law enforcement, and it took 2 years for them to track down the person responsible. So it shows you a couple things. A big international component to these crimes. A lot of the people who are executing these schemes are either based internationally or from other countries. And the other issue is that sometimes they're convincing boys to send photos. Sometimes they're just hacking into the accounts altogether. Either way, this is a plague that's hitting every part of the country.
Scott, what happened to that person responsible?
Facing federal criminal charges now in the Western District of New York. He was processed in Texas, now headed to New York for federal criminal charges. Faced the prospect of a hefty prison term, but he's one of the fraction they're able to catch. There are so many of the people pervasively executing this crime that they haven't gotten their hands on yet. And part of that's because there's a big international component to this. A lot of the people doing this live and operate overseas.
So what was the big takeaway you had, Scott, when you spoke to police and law enforcement about avoiding getting caught in these types of situations?
This one resonated with me, this tip, because I'm the father of two boys, a tween and a teen. They encourage parents to have these conversations with your boys. Many of us, are accustomed to having these with our daughters. You don't ever share an illicit image, ever. The same is true for boys, but a lot of us parents of boys haven't had that conversation. We need to have that conversation because those who are executing the crimes recognize the boys are more vulnerable and less defensive. And what's more, the boys are less likely to tell authorities, tell their parents, tell a counselor if it happens to them.
Scott McFarland from CBS News. Scott, we appreciate your time today. Thanks for bringing this to light because this is a topic we really don't discuss enough. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
It's now 7:39, and Chris Sullivan, what's your traffic hotspot?
It continues to be northbound I-5 as you work your way out of the Duwamish curves. We'll break it down for you next.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've seen the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him this Wednesday night at 6 o'clock for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Worried about your aging parents' bathroom? You can convert that old tub into a walk-in shower with Bathfitter. Custom fit, installed in just one day with 0% interest for 24 months. Call Bathfitter now or visit bathfitternw.com.
It's 7:43. We check traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. Back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And one issue continues to plague the drive, and that's northbound I-5 as you work your way up past the Boeing Access Road. Police investigation blocking the right lane there. And we have a backup of about 3.5 miles back into Tukwila. 45 minutes now from South Center to downtown. That's about 10 minutes slower than you should be getting through that backup. Hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. So we have a lot of work to do on that corridor. So plan on, as I said, a couple of minutes. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma of about 45. That's about 10 minutes slower than it should be. That's all the leftovers from a little bit in Lacey, plus they're getting past the Tacoma Dome because of an earlier crash we had there, which has cleared. Looking at the Valley Freeway, about 50 minutes from end to end. No surprises there. About 40 from Renton to Bellevue, so into the red there by just a little bit. About an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and yes, we did just hit the $15 mark on southbound 405 today. It will save you about 20 minutes. And for those of you heading northbound out of Seattle, we've got a stall at 85th blocking the left-hand lane. It's really kind of closer to 92nd where the overpass is, but it's on the left-hand side. We're seeing a little bit of a backup. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
We will start with partly sunny skies this morning. A few hours of clouds will roll in, but then by the afternoon, partly sunny again. A high of 73 today, mostly cloudy tomorrow, 71. Chance of showers on Wednesday. Right now in Seattle, it is partly sunny and 55 at 7:45.
And in honor of Father's Day, Roku took a look at their users' favorite TV dads. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard has the top 5.
All right, let's get into it. Coming in at number 5, Modern Family's Phil Dunphy. At number 4, Red Foreman from That 70s Show. Number 3, Al Bundy from Married with Children. And fun fact, the actor Ed O'Neill also played Dad Jay on Modern Family. At number 2, Gomez Addams from The Addams Family. And for number 1, Tim Allen from Home Improvement.
Hi, Mr. Taylor.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Buzz. How are those little girls, Chanel and Cher, right? Good, real good. Hey, Lori.
Man, you're better known here than you are at Sears.
So do you guys have a favorite TV dad?
You know, the one that just kind of strikes me is like, I don't know about Gomez Addams. I love that character. But number 2 TV dad of all time?
I think Phil Dunphy would be higher than that. He was number 5.
I don't know who that is, but any list like this that doesn't include Homer Simpson definitely loses all credibility.
Okay, all right. What about like Ward Cleaver?
Yeah,
no?
maybe.
Too old?
Maybe.
You didn't grow up watching reruns constantly in the 80s?
I did, actually, but that was so long ago.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina. 746. On the way, we head to L.A. There are protests underway, and we'll look at what's happening with News Nation's Xavier Walton.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set tonight and tomorrow night at 6:40 and Wednesday afternoon at 1:10. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? Let's go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up.
Dayandnight.net.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 7:48. There were large-scale demonstrations across the country, including here in Seattle, as part of the No Kings movement.
Los Angeles had some of the largest crowds, and in L.A. for News Nation is Xavier Walton. Xavier, did you see these crowds yourself on Saturday?
Yeah, it was honestly, it was expected. Good morning. It was expected to be that large, but when you just kind of are there and you're shoulder to shoulder with all these people, and then you start seeing the aerial images of everything, it was way more than I expected. Even though they said tens of thousands, when you're there in the middle of it, it really is. I would say overwhelming, but I mean, for the most part, you got to say it was peaceful, passionate. I would say too.
We had approximately 50 to 70,000 people, depending on who you hear it from, here in Seattle marching on Saturday. Similar numbers in L.A.?
Yeah, I'd have to say similar numbers. And again, I keep reiterating on the peaceful part because it really was. Yes, here at least in LA, things got a little bit out of hand once it started getting towards nighttime. I mean, we were out here when they started, using tear gas and pepper balls and that sort of thing. Some protesters started throwing, at this point, I guess they're agitators if you're throwing rocks at law enforcement and that sort of thing. Even setting off some commercial grade fireworks aimed at law enforcement. But for the large part, probably I'd say Mayor Bass said there were about 30,000. So maybe there were more than that, but it's hard to tell every single person. I even hopped around. I was in Culver City for a little bit. They came to downtown right outside of City Hall. So, I mean, it was up and down Southern California. I had gotten videos from even I have family in Northern California up near Sacramento, and massive protests there as well.
Can you describe the police presence there in L.A.?
Yeah, so every block, it almost feels like they have a group of law enforcement. Now, you got to look at their patches and see who they're with and what part they're with and that sort of thing. But, I mean, you can't go far without seeing or feeling the police presence here. And you know what? Some of these guys, I just walk up to them. You can just tell that they have had an extremely, at least in LA, an extremely long week and a half or so. These officers, they are put between a rock and a hard place. So you got to give your hats off to them. And in the same breath, you think about the people and what they are protesting and demonstrating for the cause. And it is everywhere you look. I mean, right now I'm outside of the Federal Detention Center, which has been a focal point here in LA. And yesterday when I was here last night, actually, there were more vehicles out front. It looks like they've sent some home, and there aren't as many, but still, without a doubt, the police presence still here.
Xavier, you are in Los Angeles, one of the liberal cities that President Trump has ordered ICE to focus its immigration raids on. That was the news over the weekend. Seattle also presumably one of those cities. Can you give us an idea of the mood and the preparations in LA for this next step?
So just speaking to people in the community, they're really concerned, really worried. I think Mayor Bass went around yesterday and was going to different businesses, and apparently these businesses were saying they didn't have as much foot traffic because, individuals were just scared to even go outside and to go where they normally would go. There was a big ICE raid at a popular swap meet here, and that really just reverberated to a lot of the community members. Even we actually had security out here, and I didn't know if it was necessary the last few days, but you never can be too sure. And even the security guard that we had walking around with us, he said his people, his friends, they were talking about it and that sort of thing, word of mouth. So when you talk about, the raids continuing, protests are going to continue. And that's kind of why we're here, just kind of stationed in the event that something just gets out of hand.
All right, Xavier, thanks for the update this morning. Xavier Walton is with News Nation.
And before we get to traffic, cherry season is here, but growers are short on help. Workers started picking sweet red and yellow cherries earlier this month, but this year there aren't enough hands at the orchards. The News Tribune reports the labor shortage is worse than expected. A lot of workers are still in California, where the cherry season started early. That crop is smaller, so fewer people are making the trip north. Some may not get to Washington for another 2 weeks. Also some fear as undocumented workers are worried about immigration raids. That is keeping some from showing up at all.
It's 7:53 now, and that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do this every 10 minutes for you, and here's Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to work with a sizable backup on northbound I-5 as you make your way through the Duwamish curves up towards the Boeing Access Road and then a little bit further to the north. That's where the right lane remains blocked for a police investigation that's been happening since well before 6 a.m. So plan on delays there. It's up to 50 minutes now from South Center into downtown. On a Monday like this, that's about 15 minutes slower than it should be. Hour and 15 total from Federal Way. Northbound I-5 through the Tacoma area is getting a little bit better. We had a long-term crash there that had the HOV lane blocked by the Dome. It's out of the way, but Olympia to Tacoma is still running right around 45 minutes. Valley Freeway, 30 to 32 minutes out of Auburn to get you up into Renton, and that puts us at a little over 50 all the way from Puyallup. 40 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue, Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue. Both of those drives are rolling at about an hour. The lake bridges are still in very good shape. 18 over Tiger Mountain, slow, but nothing you can't handle. 16, not too bad, back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma. And it looks like we might have cleared the stall on northbound I-5 at 85th that was blocking the left lane as you worked your way up into Northgate. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We expect it to get a little bit cloudier for a few hours. High of 73 today. Afternoon, we are expecting a return of sun breaks. 71 and mostly cloudy for our high tomorrow. 69 chance of showers on Wednesday. Right now, it's partly sunny in Seattle and 55.
And coming up at 8:15, we're going to hear from the subject of a play titled When the Moment Comes. It tells her experience of imprisonment in Iran during the 80s for practicing her religion.
That's on the way, and you can always text the show, 888-973-5476. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer K-Guard Gutter System. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. These top-of-the-line guards are exclusively available only at Guardian. K-Guard is designed to keep debris out, and their durability means they look great year-round without rusting or warping. Ready for hassle-free gutters? Protect your home with Guardian. To learn more about Guardian's exclusive K-Guard gutter system, call today or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A court appearance is set for today for the 57-year-old man who's been charged with shooting and killing a Minnesota state lawmaker and her spouse. The arrest of Vance Belter ended a nearly 2-day manhunt. Governor Tim Walz.
You can rest assured
that we will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served.
CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano.
They found him thanks to tips from residents. Apparently, somebody saw him fleeing the car that was found yesterday abandoned near a highway. They used aircraft that had infrared cameras, and that helped in detecting exactly where he was.
Along with the 2 murder counts, Belter will also face attempted murder charges in the shooting of another Democratic lawmaker and his spouse in a separate attack. A juror was dismissed this morning in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial in New York for giving inconsistent information about where he lives. Overseas, Israel warned people in a northern section of Iran's capital, Tehran, to evacuate ahead of planned airstrikes there. CBS's Deborah Patta has more on another day of back-and-forth attacks.
Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another. Not far from Tel Aviv, in the city of Petah Tikva, at least 4 Israelis were killed, bringing the number of deaths since last week to at least 24. But the toll Israel has inflicted on Iran is far higher.
Well, CBS's Nancy Cordes reports President Trump is in Canada for the G7 Economic Summit.
Many of the world leaders who are coming to this summit are all seeking their own individual trade deals with the United States. In fact, the Canadian Prime Minister himself is sitting down with President Trump this morning. He's hoping to cement a deal with the U.S. sooner rather than later.
At least 5 deaths are blamed on the severe flash flooding in parts of West Virginia after heavy rain. CBS's Tom Hansen is in the northeastern part of that state.
This is an incredibly mountainous area. There are a lot of high peaks, a lot of low valleys. All of that water has to go somewhere. And I can tell you right now, the ground that I'm standing on is incredibly saturated. It is muddy. That water has to go somewhere. It's going to go down into the river systems ultimately, which means that those levels still could rise as we go throughout the day.
A Wisconsin dairy farmer alleges in a new federal lawsuit that the Trump administration is illegally denying financial assistance to white farmers by continuing DEI programs instituted under Joe Biden. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 458 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're starting 8 o'clock with a 20-minute delay on northbound I-5 from South Center up into downtown. That's because of this long-term police investigation that is taking up the right lane just after the Boeing Access Road. Got about a 4-mile backup now that extends back towards 405. So plan on about an hour and 20-minute trip from Federal Way. A lot of people are heading over to 509 and 99 to try to get around this, and they're both backed up in significant ways. I mean, 99 is backed up really heavily. I mean, getting into South Park, 509 backed up from 128. So not exactly a good drive there. Renton to Bellevue's at 45 minutes. And behind that on the Valley Freeway, we've just added 10 minutes in the last little bit. We've got a 35-minute trip out of Auburn. Again, just volume, 55 minutes all the way from Puyallup. So not exactly a great drive there. 18 is heavy over the top of Tiger Mountain. Lake bridges are okay. Coming down from the north end, it's going to be a pretty good drive till you get to Linwood. And then 405 is worse than I-5. You've got about 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about an hour from Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered for with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
8:04, Monday, June 16th, here on Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
President Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest liberal-leaning cities.
And Seattle is presumably on that list after ICE announced plans to send special response teams to our area. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey joins us live with more. Luke?
Yeah, Trump announced yesterday he wants to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history, including 3,000 ICE arrests a day. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell said this weekend they're keeping track of the president's posts.
We read the tweets, we read the social media, we plan
we've had no direct communication.
We've been following reports that ICE has flown in plane loads of equipment, including armored vehicles, to our area for ICE agents to carry out those more aggressive raids across Puget Sound that could be part of that special response team that you were talking about coming to our area. However, the Trump administration also told ICE to pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. A White House official said Trump was alarmed, apparently, about the impact ICE raids were having on those industries. But it appears not all Republican leadership agrees. Here was Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton on Face the Nation.
We should not declare any industry or any work site that uses large numbers of illegal immigrants off limits for enforcement of federal law.
Back here in Seattle, Mayor Harrell recently said he encourages people to speak out if they don't agree and peacefully protest Trump's policies.
We want to see protests. We actually side with what people are protesting about. We disagree with the ICE policies that are coming out of D.C.
And Charlie and Manda, we certainly saw plenty of protests this past weekend over the weekend.
That's right. It was a big crowd at Cal Anderson Park Saturday for the No Kings rally. Organizers say about 70,000 people marched peacefully through Seattle. Starting Capitol Hill, made their way to the Space Needle. Seattle Times called it one of the largest protests in city history.
It was part of a national day of action with more than 50 rallies across the Puget Sound area. People marched to oppose what they see as rising authoritarianism. Some told us it was good to see a peaceful assembly of thousands of people and no confrontations with police officers.
Have I seen a single Seattle police officer? Well, I have to think about it.
No.
I don't think so.
Seattle police noted no reports of damage during that march.
It was in Seattle. In Tukwila, reports of violence as people gathered in front of the Department of Homeland Security office. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has more.
Tukwila police posted on Facebook saying a group of people barricaded the facility, so federal police responded. The conflict may have began to brew on Friday night. That's when Tukwila police released a statement saying they were aware of a post saying people with pending immigration hearings were told to go to the office even though it was closed. They told people to verify that notifications are from a government official. We spoke with some who saw part of what happened during the clash Saturday.
I saw people throwing some water bottles and stuff to the cops' car, and I felt that tear spray that police use on the people, something like that.
Well, Tukwila police say officers gave several loud and clear verbal commands for people to move out of the road and onto the sidewalk.
And in a disturbing moment caught on video, our former colleague Brandy Cruz was attacked. A few people sprayed her with chemicals, threw water bottles at her. No arrests were made.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Well, it's Monday, June 16th, along with Manda. I'm Charlie, and Sully is keeping an eye on the roads with us. It's a busy morning.
Yeah, it has been. One crash and a police investigation have been underway since about 6 a.m., causing really big issues on the northbound 5 corridor. So,
okay,
heavy already.
Keep us posted. Producer David Burbank is in the studio with us, and Katrina Gishard at the news desk.
And you know what? Can I take a moment of personal privilege?
I think you're going to anyway.
Lily turned 17 today.
Oh, happy birthday, Lily. How is that possible?
It's impossible to believe. I've got an almost adult in my house now, Sully.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I have a real adult moving back to my house at the end of next weekend.
Congratulations.
So.
Yeah. It'll be great. It'll be great. He can drive mom and dad around.
Yeah, I just don't know where all of his stuff in his car are going, if it makes it.
I hope you figure it out.
Yeah,
you have a week.
Yeah, whatever.
Coming up on this hour of the show is actually really cool. We have these two guests who are stopping by the studio today. The play is called When the Moment Comes, and it's based on a true story of a woman jailed for her beliefs in Iran during the 1980s. A couple actors from the show will join us in just a few minutes here.
Also, G. Scott is back in the house. He's going to weigh in on the potential of ICE raids here in Seattle.
KIRO News Time, 8:09. The manhunt continues for Travis Decker. He's accused of killing his 3 daughters after picking them up from their mother for a scheduled visit in Wenatchee.
KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports he's now been on the run for more than 2 weeks.
Authorities believe they're closing in on him. The Chelan County Sheriff's Office says hikers may have spotted him in the Enchantments area. Now authorities believe they have Decker surrounded in the Washington wilderness. If you have a tip that can help authorities find Decker, call the U.S. Marshals Service at 1-800-336-0102. Decker is considered dangerous. If you see him, call 911 right away. There's a $20,000 reward for information leading to an arrest.
A kidnapping suspect is in police custody in Tacoma after that Amber Alert Saturday. It was canceled just a few hours after being issued. Police believe the man abducted a 2-year-old girl just after 9 a.m. near a Wendy's near the Tacoma Mall. They say a stranger saw her walking down South Steel Street, placed her in his vehicle, drove toward 38th. Later, police said the girl had been returned to her family unharmed. Suspect was detained, questioned by detectives. Police say the girl was recovered quickly because of the rapid response of officers and detectives and tips from the public.
2 people were killed during a multi-state crime spree yesterday morning. Authorities tell KIRO 7 TV a man was shot and killed while trying to stop a carjacking suspect in Idaho.
6 felonies, at least 6 felonies that occurred in Kootenai County. We had an aggravated assault with a vehicle. We had 3 attempted carjackings. We had another successful carjacking, and we had a murder.
Earlier, the suspect carjacked a father and daughter in Spokane Valley, then crossed into Idaho, where he tried more carjackings. After fatally shooting a bystander, the suspect returned to Washington, injured a motorcyclist, and fired at police with an AR-15. The chase ended in a shootout near Spokane, where the suspect was killed. The investigation is ongoing.
Washington's carbon auctions are raising millions of dollars, but also raising questions. Center Square says this latest auction brought in $322 million. It's part of the state's Cap and Invest program to cut greenhouse gas emissions. But the price of allowances jumped, now over $58 each. Critics say that's pushing up gas prices, even though the state won't admit it. Department of Ecology says there's no clear connection between auction prices and fuel costs. Some analysts say the increase adds nearly 50 cents to each gallon. And with summer driving season here, drivers are watching closely. According to AAA, the average cost of a gallon of gas is $4.59 in Seattle. The national average is $3.14.
It was a tough night for the Sounders at the Club World Cup. They kicked it off last night. Seattle fell to Botafogo 2-1 at Lumen Field.
Well, let's get a check on weather now, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Well, we have plenty of sunshine to start the day. We also have increasing clouds out there that'll be around for the first half of the day, and then we'll look for some sunshine returning. So just a little bit of cloud cover for a little while today before we see plenty of sunshine, and highs that'll be in the low 70s. Tomorrow, you'll see a little more cloud cover, maybe some sprinkles for the coast, and then scattered showers are possible on Wednesday for the first time this month. After that, being in the 60s, we should be a little warmer on Thursday with some showers returning Friday, Saturday, and falling down to the low 60s. And yeah, probably even keeping some showers for Sunday, at least a few. So the week itself does look cooler, and we're going to find even some showers for at least a couple of days.
It is 53 in Seattle. And Chris Sullivan, you are over at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, and I wish I had better news for those of you stuck on I-5. We have a 20-minute delay at northbound trying to get out of the South Center area and working your way on up into Seattle. We continue to work with this police investigation led by the State Patrol, which is blocking the right lane there right as you get past the Duwamish curve and work your way up past the Boeing Access Road. We've got about a 4-mile backup now that extends all the way from 405 there in South Center, Tukwila. It's an hour alone just from South Center. That is a 20-minute delay, and we've got about an hour and 25-minute trip from Federal Way into Seattle. A lot of people have bailed and headed over to 509 and 99. They're both backed up really significantly today as you make your way north of Burien, trying to get down into Soto and then maybe into downtown, that corridor. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we've got about a 45-minute trip for you guys. Not only the brake lights up past 44th, but we're also seeing them there over the top of I-90, working your way into downtown Bellevue. The Valley Freeway picked up about 5 minutes over the last little bit, so that's not too bad. We've got about a 30-minute trip out of Auburn and 50 all the way from Puyallup. Pierce County is actually really starting to loosen up at this point, which is great. The lake bridges are still hanging in there. Coming down from the north end, we've got about an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, kind of an average day for you guys coming out of Snohoe. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
It's 8:14. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor. As deadly strikes continue in the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, we have a look at the journey of a woman imprisoned in Iran during the 80s for her Baha'i faith. That story is told in a play called When the Moment Comes. It's going to be at the Rainier Arts Center in Seattle starting Thursday.
And the subject of the production is Ruhi Jahanpour, who joins us now in the studio alongside the woman who portrays her in the play, Nava Bastani Saraceno. Thank you both for being here this morning. It is such a timely play, and so many of what we're seeing on the news right now has echoes in terms of what your play is about. So let's talk about the play. You are the subject of the play, Ruhi. It's a long story to tell, but can you give us a little background on the Baha'i faith in Iran during the 80s and what led you to going to prison?
Thank you, first of all. Thank you so much for this opportunity. The persecution of the Baha'is in Iran actually started from the very beginning of the Baha'i faith. But in 1979, when revolution happened, the persecution of Baha'is got really worse. They dismissed Baha'i students from the schools, which is still going on. Baha'is were dismissed from their jobs, holy places, cemeteries, Baha'i cemetery, all destroyed, and hundreds of Baha'is been arrested, including myself also. My first time I was in prison only by myself, but the second time I was in prison with some other women. That on June 18th is going to be actually 42 years ago, that 10 of these women were killed one night. The only reason just being Baha'i, and they refused to recant their faith. That was the only reason.
And this is not a story just of religious persecution. It's also about gender equality, right?
Yes. Well, what happens, Baha'i faith teaches equality of men and women. Even more than that, because in the Baha'i writing says, if you have two children, one boy and one girl, and you could afford to send only one of them for education, send the girls because they are going to be the mother of society. And it's so important education for women. And that the mullahs or the clergy didn't like this Baha'i principle. They felt threatened by it because people were attracted to it. And that also, those principles also, as you said, did cause the persecution of the Baha'is.
Nava Bastani Saraceno, you portray Ruhi in the play. What went into your preparation for this, and why is this such an important role for you to perform?
I think actually what went into the preparation is from the time I was born. My father is from Iran, and my father's side of the family experienced persecution themselves. And I distinctly remember at about the age of 13, a video came out about the youngest of these women, who was Mona, who was killed when she was 17. And I remember the video hit me so hard, I felt very disconnected after I watched it. And I didn't know what to do. I felt so powerless to help, but it also, I think, was the first time, even though I'd heard about the persecutions of the Baha'is and, all of this, it was the first time I really connected on a heart level to the fact that this is happening and happening to people my age, and kind of what sort of strength goes into a person that they can withstand that and do that with joy.
The play is called When the Moment Comes. The producer, Robin Campbell, is also in the studio with us. Why was it important, Robin, for you to take up this story?
Part of our mission as a Justice Network, myself and my partner run here in Seattle, is to spread the awareness of social issues through art. Art has a way to really bring to the table the humanity of everything and to really tell those stories. So we love to use art and theater, dance, whatever kind of visual arts to tell those stories and to bring these stories to light.
Ruhi, we have Iran at the focus of the international news headlines right now. It's so appropriate for us to be speaking with you today. Can you give us an idea of present day, what your understanding is of religious persecution in Iran?
Actually, persecution of Baha'is is still going on. And recently, they've been arresting more Baha'i women. Like 2/3 of the Baha'is been arrested are now women, Baha'i women. And it's still going on. with all the international pressure on the government. And unfortunately, they continue doing it because their goal is and has always been to eliminate the entire Baha'i community. And they told a friend of mine in prison when he asked them, why don't you ask all of them, gather somewhere and kill them all at the same time? And the interrogator said, although this is our goal, but if we do it, the whole world is going to protest it. We want to do one at a time that the world could not protest it. They continue this persecution until now going on, right?
Ruhi, I'm just curious what goes through your mind when you see these horrific images of Iran and Israel exchanging fire.
Well, Baha'i faith teaches unity of mankind. And Baha'is don't respond violence with violence, but we pursue justice through peaceful means. This is what I am so grateful for, this opportunity you are giving us to bring it to the attention of people. At the same time, Baha'is are hopeful. Baha'is, when they see negativity and darkness, we light a candle of unity of mankind, because we believe that with having courage, with having hope and love for humanity, that this unity of mankind, this equality of men and women, this universal peace is not only possible, but it is inevitable. And this is what Baha'is doing, it, that we do constructive resilience out of all this negativity.
And Nava, let's talk about the Persian diaspora here in the United States, people whose ancestry is in Iran. What are your friends and family members telling you as they watch this on the news?
I think the Iranian people want change. We all want more justice in the world. And I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen. And there's a lot of sadness, I think, over anything where people are dying and there's war and this conflict. But I think there's, like Ruhi said, a lot of hope that perhaps there will be change. And the Iranian people long for change. And the campaign why we actually did this play was called Our Story is One, which was really to highlight these 10 women and their death, but also link their death to the continued story of the women of Iran that are fighting for justice, but also the continued story of our world, which is longing for justice, each and every one of us.
That was my next question. Where can people find more information about the Our Story is One campaign?
You can actually find it on our poster, as well as it'll be at the play and a lot of stuff on the web.
And the play is called When the Moment Comes. It's at the Rainier Arts Center in Seattle beginning Thursday. Robin, you're the producer. How many shows are we going to have, and where can we find out more?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're doing 3 shows, June 19th and 20th. It's going to be at 7 p.m., and then we have a matinee opportunity on June 21st, Saturday, 3 p.m. Visit us at justicenetwork.org for more information. Flyers are up there. Yeah.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you all for being with us this morning. It's the story of Ruhi Jahanpour and also the actress Nava Bastani Saraceno. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
It's 8:23, and Chris Sullivan is watching traffic on a very busy Monday at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, and usually so. The good news is that Pierce County is cleared out a little earlier than we like, or than we usually see, so that's a very positive thing. So we're looking good there. We're still struggling on northbound I-5 as you work your way out of South Center and Tukwila from 405 all the way up past the scene of this long-term police investigation, which is blocking the right-hand lane as you work your way past the Boeing Access Road. 50 minutes from South Center into downtown, behind schedule by about 15 minutes. Hour and 15 all the way from the Federal Way area into Seattle. So big time delays there. Looking at the Renton to Bellevue Drive now, about 50 minutes to make the 405 corridor. We have the brake lights there in the usual suspect locations, especially over the top of I-90 as you work into downtown Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, about 55 minutes to an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Nothing unusual about that either. Across the lake, starting to finally pick up a little westbound slowing on I-90, but it's manageable. The Highway 18 drive over Tiger Mountain's about average as well. You only need about 45 minutes to get up the Valley Freeway now, so that's really good too. This report brought to you by AAA, AAA, 3 little letters. Key to more summer fun, discounts, roadside rescues, and more. Join AAA Washington today.
It's going to be a very pleasant day weather-wise, so partly sunny and 73. For tomorrow, will cool off just a tad as the clouds build through the day, and we do have a chance of some isolated showers by Wednesday. Right now, it's sunny and 56 in Seattle.
Look at national and local headlines coming up, and then we'll speak with CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger with some advice if you're looking for a financial advisor. That's on the way. You're on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. We live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs are an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Spike O'Neill here. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens gave me back the perfect vision I had up until a few years ago. Now, never need glasses again. Never develop cataracts. Been about 6 months since my RLE surgery. My vision is better than it's ever been in my life. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens, privately owned, no corporate shareholders or boardrooms. Dr. Sharp built his business on the principle of always strive to overaccomplish, never overprice. Call 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an e-vision.com. Official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Care Partners Senior Living is growing. Amanda here. We are very excited to introduce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, and North Creek Bothell, bringing compassionate, quality care at an affordable price, closer to more of you. Visit carepartnersliving.com today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 8:31. President Trump is directing ICE agents to prioritize raids and deportations in the country's largest liberal-leaning cities.
And Seattle is presumably on that list after ICE announced plans to send special response teams to our area.
We get the latest this morning live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
There have been reports that ICE has flown in plane loads of equipment, including armored vehicles, to our area for ICE agents to carry out more aggressive raids across the region. That could be part of the ICE special response team that we know we're on the list for, including other cities. Over the weekend, Mayor Bruce Harrell said he's watching Trump's social media posts.
We read the tweets, we read the social media, we plan, but we've had no direct communication.
Yeah, Trump, of course, announcing that he wants to see the largest deportation, mass deportation program in history, announcing that on social media just yesterday. Harrell also said he's encouraging people to stand up and peacefully protest, like what we saw just last weekend, especially over the weekend.
We want to see protests. We actually side with what people are protesting about. We disagree with the ICE policies that are coming out of D.C.
Trump saying he wants to see at least 3,000 arrests every single day. However, he said as well that ICE should pause raids at farms, restaurants, and hotels. Charlie and Amanda, we're waiting to see if and when that special response team is deployed.
Luke, thank you. A suspect is in custody in the shootings of two Minnesota lawmakers. Washington Congressman Adam Smith was on CNN this morning, and he was talking about his biggest concern, as police say this was likely a politically motivated attack.
My biggest concern is that we as a society are normalizing political violence. And you see this on many points on the political spectrum. The denigration and attacking of elected officials that you disagree with. It becomes incredibly, it's hateful and dehumanizing.
Police say the suspect, Vance Bolter, was found crawling in a field. He was taken into custody without incident last night.
It's now 8:33, and it's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's up, Sully?
Well, we have finally cleared the crash and the police investigation that was on northbound I-5, right at the top of the Duwamish curve, working your way up past the Boeing Access Road. So hopefully we'll start seeing that backup getting better. However, right now it's still 50 minutes from South Center into downtown, about a 20-minute delay over what you might expect, and an hour and 15 all the way from Federal Way. But that should be dissipating here over the next little bit. 509 northbound is also just jammed up out of Burien, as is 99 down into South Park. I think a lot of people are trying to avoid the slowing. They're coming up from 405 up to the south end of Boeing Field. But again, the police investigation has wrapped up. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we picked up the pace a bit, 45 minutes there, and we're back under 45 from Puyallup up to Renton. Pierce County and Thurston County have cleared out. Coming down from the north end, about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The show really away from Linwood. For 405, it's down through Bothell. For I-5, there's gaps here and there, and actually a pretty decent one till you get down to Northgate. Then you hit it again. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We expect to have clouds by this afternoon, at least for a few hours. Might burn off a bit, and partly sunny toward the evening, and a high of 71 today, 69 for a high tomorrow, and on Wednesday, a chance of showers. Right now in Seattle, still partly sunny at East Lake Avenue, where it is 57.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
A lot of us are fine with apps and spreadsheets until we're not. At some point, even smart, capable people wonder, do I need a financial advisor? Jill Schlesinger says yes, but only if you're ready.
The CBS News business analyst and host of the Jill on Money podcast joins us to talk about the right time to get help, how to spot someone who's legit, and why fiduciary should be your new favorite F word. Good morning.
I don't want to say it's your favorite. It's just add it to your arsenal, okay? Good morning.
Good morning, Jill. So you say people should check off the big three before hiring an advisor, pay debt, build savings, max out retirement. Why are those the foundation before making this next step?
I just think that every advisor is going to tell you to do that anyway. So before you start with like some generalized planning fees and looking at different competing priorities, if you've got outstanding credit card debt or student loans or an auto loan that's high interest and you haven't established that emergency reserve fund, I think that every advisor worth their salt would say, hey, you got to tackle those. Now, of course, the other piece of this is that a lot of people think they're going to go to a financial advisor and it's going to kind of solve their number one issue, which is like, I just need to get right with my money, which usually means I got to get a handle on how much money I'm spending. They're not going to do that for you, meaning it's like going to a nutritionist. They're not going to tell you what you're eating. You have to tell them that. So you have to do some of this work yourself in order to prepare, even to engage with a financial professional.
You make a strong case, Jill, for the word fiduciary. Why isn't that the industry standard?
Oh, boy. We have a couple of hours. Because it is a standard. Okay, so let's just define it. A fiduciary is somebody who is held to a duty of care that requires that person, the person providing advice, to act in your best interest, even if doing so is not in their own or their company's best interest. Now, for years, we had something in the financial services industry called suitability. So if I say to you, hey, you should use a 529 plan, that is suitable advice because you've told me that you want to help send your kids to college. So use a Section 529 plan to save for college. Suitable advice for anyone who articulates that as a goal. If I'm a fiduciary, I have to go one step further and say, oh, if you want to actually use a 529 plan, the best, most efficient way to do that is to go direct to your state and use that state's plan, your state of Washington, use that plan, and that is the cheapest, best way to do it. Whereas somebody who's not held to the fiduciary standard might say, and I can buy that 529 plan for you. And that's a big difference because the fiduciary has to tell you if there's a conflict of interest. Like if you said to the fiduciary, oh, can't you just do that for me? The fiduciary would say, yeah, I could do it for you, but it's going to cost you money. And I'm going to make money doing it. And it's so easy to do. Let me show you how. As opposed to the suitable person who's like, yeah, I can do that for you, and just takes the commission from the place where you put the money. That's a big difference to me. And that's why I think fiduciary is one of those duties that doesn't mean that the person's going to be a great financial planner or advisor, but it's a nice hurdle that somebody is held to.
So if someone does decide to hire a planner, how do you recommend we find the right fit?
there are a few different places to look for financial planners, and one is through the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, where you can go to a website called letsmakeaplan.org. And I think that's a very easy place to find someone in your neighborhood. There is also a designation from the CPA board, which AICPA, and that is called a personal financial specialist. So AICPA.org. And, if someone is a member of something called the National Association of Personal Financial Advisors, NAPFA, NAPFA.org, they are always held to the fiduciary standard of care at all times.
Jill, thank you so much for your time. We enjoy chatting with you every Monday morning. CBS News money expert Jill Schlesinger. Her blog is jillonmoney.com.
And Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the backup on northbound I-5 from Tukwila up into the south end of Boeing Field and talk about it coming up next.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh. Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's 8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Yeah, our travel times are starting to come back to where they should be on northbound I-5 as you make your way from to the Tukwila area, South Center, up past the Boeing Field area. We had a long-term police investigation there just north of the Boeing Access Road, and the backup is now finally starting to kind of move through a little bit. Still about 45 minutes from South Center into downtown, and about an hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way. So we're still behind schedule by about 10 minutes. No need to bail anymore and go 509 or 99. Those corridors themselves are pretty rough. Looking at the Valley Freeway, definitely improvement, back under 45 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about 45. The Lake Bridges are fine in the westbound direction. However, eastbound on 520, looks like we've got a crash involving 3 cars now blocking the HOV lane. That's on the left-hand side of the road or out the middle of the lake as you try to get out past, where you first pay the toll and or getting into the toll lane, and then obviously you pay it just east of that. But yeah, that's eastbound on 520. Coming down from the north end, 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, which isn't too bad. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, summer is almost here. It's going to be a nice day, partly sunny and 73 today. We'll cool off just a tad tomorrow as the clouds build throughout the day. Slight chance of some isolated showers by Wednesday afternoon. Right now in Seattle, we have temperature of 56 degrees in the sunshine.
8:45. Let's check in with Katrina Gishard. Katrina, the Grammys are getting bigger?
They are. The Recording Academy just added a new category for Best Album Cover. So the Grammys are highlighting the evolution of album work from cardboard sleeves to plastic cases and, of course, to today's digital thumbprints. So when you think of iconic covers, there's the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, Nirvana's Nevermind with a naked baby swimming underwater. By the way, a few years ago, a judge dismissed the lawsuit about it being involved in child pornography. So do you have a favorite album cover, Charlie?
Yeah, if I think about it, I was initially going, I'm a big fan of REM. So they have Automatic for the People, Monster, but as I think about it, Supertramp, Breakfast in America.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
I can't
Nice
think
one.
of one off the top of my head.
I've got 2 for a couple of reasons. Candy-O by the Cars for obvious reasons. And then Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster. How do you not get down with that?
I'm looking this
Viking
up
guy
right
with,
now.
with an axe in his hand. Yeah, some pretty cool artwork there from the 70s.
Molly Hatchet, Supertramp.
Yeah.
We are hip to the skip here on Seattle's
Better
Morning
believe
News. All right, thank you, Katrina. And coming up, he's coming in hot. G. Scott is already in the studio, warming up, talking about the ice raids proposed in Seattle. We'll get his take next on Seattle's Morning News.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub, it's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter?
Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:49, and he's back from the G and Ursula show, which you can hear from 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Host of the Reset podcast as well. G. Scott, welcome back.
Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning.
You always got the great sweaters.
Oh, thank you.
Seriously. Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice. Hey, good morning, everybody. Charlie.
Great to have you here, G.
DB, Sully, what's happening?
We've been talking about it all morning, the push for the Trump administration saying they may have ICE raids specifically on liberal-leaning cities. So what are your thoughts when you hear about that?
Well, first, let's be clear. This is all, it has always been profit over people, okay? We're going to start with that. Right now, President Trump is going to be issuing orders for ICE to basically largely pause their raids on farms, hotels, and restaurants, right? Because we all know that hotel staff and farm workers across the country are very essential, right? They are much needed people, right? But at the same time, it is all about profit. And Donald Trump only cares about being morally bankrupt with deals, right? Trump is like so many in America. There are so many that only like for their minorities to only work for them, to clean their house, to cut their grass, to take care of their loved ones, and all those things. But outside of that, breaking bread, sitting down, was no part of that. Donald Trump did not do this to keep families together. He didn't do this to honor the dignity of essential workers. He did this solely because businesses are worried about profit. By the way, there was a civil war that got started years ago because for the same reason, profit was the answer, right? Profit, wanting to keep slaves down there in the South. And so this is what this is all about. There has been this attack on undocumented immigrants, and there's a lot of people that sometimes they say this is what we voted for. But it's interesting that a pause now on these areas come, which I'm shocked, I'm surprised, and it's a small step in the right direction. So sometimes you have to take it. I'll take that as a win. But the reason why it is happening, it is not happening for the dignity of people. It is straight profit over people. Let's not forget, in 2022, undocumented immigrants, the one that some people are demonizing, paid collectively $96.7 billion in taxes.
Mayor Bruce Harrell has said he will not cooperate with ICE. What do you think about how the city would deal with it?
I love it. However, this is going to be interesting, Manda. I think that, and I have said, all of this is what Donald Trump wants. He wants exactly this. Now he's specific. Now he is going after the big cities, basically the cities that didn't vote for him. Manda, I'm actually kind of nervous about it because I think that we will see LA times 5, 6, 7 different cities, and we will constantly see this on the news. The chaos, the disruption that will continue, it almost feels like it's a distraction from other things that are happening. So I don't know how to answer that question other than, Manda, I'm really nervous about that.
You have a magic wand, G. How do you approach the situation with having regulated immigration, but also dealing with people who are undocumented here in the United States?
Well, first of all, there was a bipartisan deal that was on the table that could have gotten done, but Donald Trump told them to say no to it because he wanted to run on something, right? So let's just start right there, full stop. Now, secondly, how about everybody come together and really come up with a solution. I'm not the smart dude in the room. I don't know how to do the wand and immigration and everything like that. All I know is this. We are built a country that has been built on, you took a place from indigenous people. You use black people to build this country. And then here we are today. Oh, shocker that we have problems. So, Charlie, once again, another question. I don't know the magic answer to that.
Before we let you go, nice Father's Day.
Great Father's Day.
Good.
But I'm glad to be back with y'all.
All right, G Scott on the G and Ursula Show coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Chris Sullivan has one more look at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we've finally gotten back to normal on northbound I-5 as you work your way up from South Center to downtown. That travel time back down to about 40 minutes, which is manageable, and an hour now all the way from Federal Way. So that long-term police investigation wrapped up, and our backups are disappearing. Looking at the Renton to Bellevue Drive, though, it's going the other direction. We've got about a 50-minute trip now, our highest travel time of the day because of the brake lights we see over the top of I-90. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, only 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Across the lake in the westbound direction, we're doing fine. However, eastbound on 520, we've got a lot more action around this 3-car crash blocking the HOV lane in the middle of the lake. So we've got about 5 to 8 minute worth of a delay if you're taking 520 to try to get over to Bellevue from the Seattle side. Coming down from the north end, definitely some brake lights away from Linwood, but they're dissipating. You're going to need about 50 minutes, maybe a little under, to go from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This traffic report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. You can learn more at globalcu.org.
We're going to see some sunshine today. We'll call it partly sunny and 73. Clouding up for tomorrow will be a little bit cooler. And then Wednesday, a slight chance of some isolated showers. Friday, summer arrives at 7:41 in the evening. Looks like we're going to have scattered showers and 65 to kick off the new season.
That's not summer-like.
I know. It's okay. It's sunny and 56 in Seattle right now.
Okay, coming up, it's the G and Ursula Show. G has a message to share with your whole family. Find out what he has to say and Ursula's reaction. That is coming up here on KIRO News Radio, where it's 8:55.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's all too common of an occurrence. You need some work done on your home, so you call 3 contractors. Someone didn't even show up to provide an estimate. Another gave you a quote that changed twice. So you settle on the third, who left behind a mess you're still trying to clean up. At Valentine Roofing, we know you don't just want someone to complete your job. You deserve the one, because it's your home and you want it done right. Skip the headaches. Valentine Roofing is the one. At Valentine, we take pride in what we call the Valentine experience. It's 3 simple principles we focus on every day: seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and going the extra mile. So next time you need work done on your home's exterior, remember who the one is. Valentine Roofing is the one who provides hassle-free estimates within about an hour of our arrival. We're the one who stands behind our work with a lifetime warranty, and we're the one who truly cares about your Valentine experience. So for all